call it free, but honey, that fee ain't free. 3 suits in a smoky room, writing what's real on cue. Crying kite moon, they sold the noon, said that's the truth to you. Mockingbirds and satin ties, singing what power buys. Change the page, same stage, and the chorus never dies. Turn down the glow, I feel the pull. If they own the show, who owns your soul? It's programming, sweet as a lullaby. Cold cream lies in a sugar sky. If truth don't trend, it never gets told. Speak all you want, if the reach is sold, not free to me. Red room, blue room, tailored rage on tap. 24 hours of thunder in your lap. Breaking every minute till your nerves run thin. Baby, if it bleeds, the ads cash in. Scroll that line, they bait that brain. A click's a coin in a golden chain. It's programming, darling, can't you see? Shadow on the voice, throttle on the free. Say your piece to an empty hall. You're loud as thunder if no one calls, not free to me. They sell you tears, they rent you fear. Numbers talk sweet, nothing's in your ear. Skipping the facts for the dopamine key. Ba-da-ba-beep, bop, danger to our democracy. See, it's programming. Honey, hear that chord. Clicks on the cross, truth on the board. If code's the judge and reach the fee, they'll sell you speech, then hide the key. Not free to me. Shooby-doo-bop, free for a fee. Talk is cheap when the cage is the key. Protection and surprise. But action, surprise, greed.
I walk past the men where the cold numbers ring, past the market of mirrors that ask me to sing. A spark in my pocket, a compass of gold says step into daylight and walk on your own. They're tagging our shadows, they're leasing our names, selling us comfort in barcode chains. But truth isn't rented and courage won't fold. It clicks like a coin you can actually hold. If they're building a cage out of whisper cut one at the end. They promised us safety for the price of our breath, a smooth little window that stares us to death. But barter and handshake and steel in the hand still purchase the living they don't understand. When the choir of comply harmonizes my fate, I'll answer with thunder from a sovereign state. Raise up the ladder of daylight higher than screens, higher than screens, over the turnstiles of data and ministry dreams, ministry dreams. I'll pay with a freedom no tyrant can spend. If the road has no exit, we'll cut one at the end. There's a key made of silence, a code made of trust. When the panopticon trembles, it falls into dust. Count down the seconds till the signal is clean. We'll settle our debts where the ledger can't see. Cut one at the end. And when morning remembers the names we forgot, we'll be richer in daylight than any they bought. was out, but now the crown is forged within of algorithms and doubt. A signature at midnight, the pen of kings disguised, a sovereign crown of numbers, an empire digitized. Shadows on the marble walls, whispers in the dome. The fire burns in secret halls, a kingdom takes its throne. $1 trillion Trojan horse rolling through our gates. Monarchs made of money, rewriting all our fates. Freedom sold for silver, the crown is bought, not earned. History repeats itself, the lesson never learned. Kuwait lit the fire on 53 with oil turned into gold. Desert kings became the lords, their empires bought and sold. From city group to sovereign streets, the bankers bowed heads. The horse grew strong in silence while the people slept instead. Steel and oil, blood and stone, the empire feeds the flame. From east to west, the story's known, the song is still the same. $1 trillion Trojan horse rolling through our gates. Monarchs made of money, rewriting all our fates. Freedom sold for silver, the crown is bought, not earned. History repeats itself, the lesson never learned. If falling is the future, then let me fall with fire. Better broken in the daylight than chained in their empire. $1 trillion Trojan horse storming every wall, a sovereign crown of data, the rise before the fall. Freedom sold for silver, the crown is bought, not earned. History repeats itself, the lesson never learned. The Trojan horse is waiting. Secret is the throne, the crown of kings eternal. The people left alone.
Better care, better life now. Yeah, 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 da, 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 yeah.
One bun, better life, one bun, better life, one bun.
Better life now. Oh, oh,
One bun, better life,
oh,
one
ah,
bun,
yeah,
better life.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, listen close, my friend. The truth is on the line. The price you're paying in secret to fill your precious time. A hip in Ohio costs a house and half your years. But Bangkok heals you kindly and dries your family's tears. They say best in the world same factory line. Oh, but one price saves your future, the other steals your spine. If the truth is in the outcomes, then let the numbers sing. Lower fevers, cleaner hands, and peace that helps should bring. Peace that helps should bring. Fight for freedom, heal for less. Don't die in debt, choose tenderness. Walk out the door, don't sign that lie. Better care, better life now. Yeah, let me run.
Take my body soft, don't take my heel with tone.
Yeah, but I'm wrong.
Take my
Yeah, they find the price revealed. They had a Scottmaster scroll. Yeah. They marked up every aspirin, then call it standard roll. But you can book a ticket, 2 seats and ocean air. Yeah, a nurse by candle sunrise, and honest loving care. Emancipate your body from monopoly of pain. No go cartel owns your heartbeat. No ledger owns your name. No.
Let paper walls collapse beneath the passport and a prayer. Vote with your footsteps. Let your healing be a day.
Fight for freedom, here for less. Don't die in death. Set less, yes. Hold out the door, don't sign that lie. They care better lifetime. Fight for freedom, here for less. Don't die in death. Choose tenderness. Walk out the door, don't sign that lie. They care better
Welcome back to the Aaron Day Show. This is season 2, episode 40. Let me fix this screen here real quick. There we go. Season 2, episode 40. And tonight we're going to be talking about medical tourism. This is a topic that we've touched on a little bit in the past, but I wanted to walk through what's going on already today in the world with medical tourism. As I've mentioned, we're working on a medical tourism marketplace for Zano, built on the Zano platform that allows for privacy and at the same time for the creation of a reputation management system. I'm not going to go into details on that tonight. I mean, I'm going to touch on conceptually what we're doing, but what I wanted to do is give an overview of the current state of the market with medical tourism, because it's already a robust market that you can access today. This isn't something that's waiting for us to create a privacy-based marketplace. Certainly that will help moving forward, but it isn't necessary. You can start to learn about and engage in medical tourism today. So I wanted to walk through kind of the market and give some examples of things that are already going on around the world that can help you lower your healthcare costs and improve outcomes today. So that's what we'll be talking about tonight. The last couple of episodes have been really interesting. Last week, we were supposed to have Mike Adams. Mike's going to be on November the 6th. But what we did do was talk about the state of AI and the fact that you can now have AI on your local computer, including Mike's Brighteon AI, which is uncensored. So this is something that you can have on your own computer that isn't connected to the internet, and it's free. And so often we talk about the downside of AI, and we don't spend any time talking about how this technology can be used to improve our lives and to improve our free will and give us more available choices and more available information to make decisions about our lives. And so we talked about that. And then I also introduced this concept of video and audio avatars, which I'm going to bring back again today, just so that you can see the incremental improvement. It's very much still a work in progress, but you'll even see from this week, Monday, from Thursday, there's been already a pretty big improvement in terms of the quality of audio and video, and moving forward, this, I believe, will end up being real time. So the ability to interact, all of this is essentially, it's a front end. So you can ask any question you want, and I can pull the information from Enoch and then present it to you in a voice, or with a voice and a body and an avatar, which I think the usefulness of that is it helps people that are intimidated by computers. It provides a user-friendly front end, but the real important part is that it's actually censorship, it's uncensored information. More importantly, what I can show you, because I've made a lot of progress in this regard as well, is you can start to build your own databases of information. So maybe we'll test this out tonight. I've taken hijacking Bitcoin and I've put it into a database that can be accessed by the AI. So the AI can call and reference the entire hijacking Bitcoin book. I've taken the entire Brownstone Institute catalog, every article written by Brownstone Institute, I have available to me on my database, which can be accessed through this avatar system. The Technocracy, I have 8,000 articles on Technocracy. Right now, I'm in the process of building a database. If you followed Mark Passio and his work, he has something called the ARC, which is a couple of terabytes worth of information, like 8,000 books and a whole bunch of audio and video. I'm indexing the entire ARC library of information about a whole variety of concepts, the occult, and a whole natural law, variety of different areas. The books are already done. It's going to take, a couple of weeks probably. It depends on how I set up the system. But the point is that the problem that people have with the internet is they're like, well, I typed this in, and of course, Chat GPT or Grok is giving me censored information, or it's giving me all these other sources. We have the ability to decide what sources go into the AI, and then we can pick which AI we use to present the information. So we can control these things at all of these different levels. And I think being able to make those tools available is a game changer, and it's something I'm spending, frankly, about 20 hours a day working on these days. So please check out that episode, and there's going to be more to come. I think I'll probably be talking about AI in every episode now, and not just talking about it, showing something every episode, because rather than being fearful of AI, I want to help people understand how to use AI, kind of like crypto, right? CBDCs are bad. Government regulated stablecoins are bad. Privacy coins like Zano or privacy stablecoins like Freedom Dollar are great. They're actually a vast improvement over fiat currency, and the same is true in the AI realm. And so I'm going to continue to show people this. The podcast prior to that was on the healthcare prison, which kind of leads into our talk tonight, but it was basically a discussion of, it was a broader discussion going over 2,500 years on how we've essentially had this, this fight between two sides. One side that says, humans, there's something innately valuable and unique about humans, that we have the ability to self-heal and should pursue modalities that actually assist our body in its natural healing capabilities. And then the other approach that says we're machines and one-size-fits-all solutions should be applied to us as a machine, as if we were, an interchangeable set of auto parts or something like that. And there's a long history of this going back 2,500 years, but this is now playing out in the AI realm as well. And so in this episode, I went through the whole history of that and what it means right now for AI in healthcare, which again, AI in healthcare could be a phenomenal thing. It should be a phenomenal thing. Unfortunately, we have things like Operation Stargate with Larry Ellison and Sam Altman and others, where they want to centrally control and house all of our health information. And this also includes Palantir, which is now building a national database of healthcare information, which they're already doing, by the way, in the UK with the NHS. And so we need to be aware of what the technocrats are doing with AI, but equally as being important as being aware of what they're doing, we need to figure out what we can do to use this great technology to help empower us in a way that's individual and private. So as always, I encourage you to go to the aarondayshow.com website and use that as the primary place. And you can watch this wherever you want, but if you have an free account there, you can You can comment, and view all of the other content on the site, including the music, memes, the First Principles Project, and there's going to be a lot more here as well moving forward. I'll continue to do things like giveaways, like we did the $220 Freedom Dollar giveaway, which I think we've given almost all of that out. And we're going to continue to do more. I think I'm going to do something with BTCX, which is private Bitcoin, and something with ETHX, which is private Ethereum. I'll do a giveaway during using that as well. But I think it's important, given the nature of this content, to understand I fully expect to be more shadow banned moving forward. So also the more people are going to these individual sites that we're creating, the less likely we are to experience censorship. I did want to talk about also, you can go to technocracyatlas.com. As I mentioned, there are 5 things that we're rolling out, 5 websites, 5 projects, and the last of them is Technocracy Atlas. You can go to technocracyatlas.com right now. You can sign up for the wait list. As I mentioned, I've already over the weekends built out kind of a chatbot AI where you're going to be able to search and query information about Technocracy that has all of the best information out there, and the kind of information you will not get through the other AIs. But then I'm going to build a graph database in the future where you're going to be able to map relationships, map funding, and map concepts as a way to stay on top of this, because technocracy versus freedom really is what the big battle is right now that we're facing. Are we going to lose free will and give it up to AGI and technocrats, or excuse me, AI and technocrats, or are we going to reclaim our free will and continue to expand as individuals? And the technocrats are using all of these centralized systems against us. They're surveilling us. They're tracking us. Well, what are we doing to fight back, to even identify who they are and what they're doing? And so the idea behind Technocracy Atlas is this is an open source, I call it an open source version of Palantir, where we can crowdsource information and expose what they're doing. So often, well, most people don't know what technocracy is, but so often people get into this, well, it's this group or that group. And the truth is that when it comes down to technocracy, it's an evolving network of people that are interacting with one another to push a common agenda. It isn't one specific group. There are common players and organizations that have been involved in this almost 100-year movement, but there are new players being introduced all the time. Well, the best way to understand what's going on is to document it, to put it out there in the public, to make it transparent, so that it's not speculation, so that you're not in the realm of conspiracy theories. You're actually tracking sourced information, and you're putting together, you may even put together a theory and map out relationships, which you can then later prove or disprove. But in the process, you're gaining understanding. So this is what Technocracy Atlas is all about. We'll be going through the avatars again tonight. Again, not huge upgrades, but I will be able to show a couple of things. I'm going to make this a bigger part of this, and some other things going on moving forward. Again, you can go to brightu, I believe it is, .com, and let me make sure I've got that URL right. Yeah, brightu.ai. My apologies, brightu.ai. That is, I'll put that link actually in the comments, brightu.ai. This is where you can go to download Mike Adams' free, uncensored AI that's been trained, that he spent $2 million of his own money building and training on data sets that you're not going to get anywhere. And if you followed his work at Health Ranger, he's been aggregating and putting together this information for decades, and then he's augmented that even further. Interestingly, I was supposed to have him on last week, and the reason he couldn't make it is there was a data center outage, which, you know, how convenient. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. This is the kind of thing people do not want to see out there. And once these data sets get out there, and once these databases, you know, index this information and these AIs get trained, then they can't take that back. And so what he's done by releasing this AI is a huge service for humanity and the fight for free will. So I encourage you to check that out. If you don't want to download it, you can still go to brighteon.ai and use the web version of it. So don't feel like you have to download it in order to use it. But I remember when he first told me he was doing this, I'm like, hey, are you going to make a self-custody version of this that people can download? He said, yeah. And so he did. He actually pulled that off. And the fact that he got that out before anyone could stop him is great. And so I encourage you to download it, even if you're not going to do anything about it, because in the future, even if they shut off, your internet connection, you can still operate and use this AI on your computer without being connected to the internet. As far as more housekeeping, we have the big Brownstone annual event coming up. Probably aren't any tickets left for that, but I hope to see many of you there. This is going to be a terrific event, great speakers. This is one of my favorite events to go to. In fact, all the Brownstone events are phenomenal. And so we're sponsoring this. My wife and I and Daylight Freedom Foundation are sponsoring this. So we're going to have a table there as well. And I'll be showing people the 5 different initiatives that we're working on and everything. So this is kind of our leveling up of the work that we've been doing for a couple of years, but now we're kind of pushing it to that next stage. Also, please check out the Technocracy roundtables, all of them that we've been doing, but then last week's was very important because it was on this topic of healthcare AI, which I think is one of the most important areas and one of the areas where the technocrats have the most leverage, because if they can control our health data and control our access to healthcare services, then that's going to be something that's pretty hard to resist. And so we had a very robust conversation about that. So before we get into this, for those that are new, and I touched on it earlier, the whole thrust of what we're doing here on this podcast and Daylight Freedom and so forth is in the service of fighting for freedom against technocracy. And again, free will truly is at stake. If the technocrats have their way, you will have AI surveillance systems and social credit systems that are tied to a single global digital currency, which will be a carbon credit-based system. And if that's the kind of world you live in, if the algorithms or scientists and engineers are deciding what you can and cannot do, then that basically is eliminating your ability to choose, which is an assault on free will itself. So this is why this is such an important battle. And I think tokenization is war. This is why I think tokenization is the big battleground, because the way that they're looking to assert control is by creating digital programmable tokens that represent all of our assets. Not just money, though, which is what CBDCs and regulated stablecoins are, which is tokenized fiat. But they're now moving to tokenize our stocks, our bonds, commodities. They're even looking to tokenize the national assets of the United States itself and sell those off. And so what this means is that in the future, if you say something the technocrats don't like, if you do something they don't like, if it looks like your genetics suggest you may have a health outcome that doesn't fit into their model, not only could they shut off your money, they could also shut off all of the assets that you own, maybe even turn off your car and your ability to buy and sell everything, not just use cash or fiat. So this is why this is important, and this is why Zano is an important solution, because this is a way to tokenize things, which tokenization is not inherently a bad thing. This is a way to be able to tokenize things that's private, where third parties can't see what you're doing or stop what you're doing. And so what we're doing is 3 areas. 1, technocracy takeover, which is exposing technocracy, making people aware that this technocracy ideology exists and that it is an ideology. It's not technology, it's an ideology about scientists and engineers making decisions for people. I certainly fully embrace technology and want to make sure that that difference is clear. We promote the importance of rebooting and taking control of your autonomy and taking control of your own free will, taking back our free will, which has been hijacked by governments, by educational institutions, and increasingly by the media and big tech through algorithms, either through social media or AI. So once you're aware of that, you can take that back and start making your own decisions. And then the third area is building parallel solutions, building private solutions outside of this technocratic system. So those are the 3 big areas. So with that out of the way, so tonight, this is a very important topic because it could actually help save your life and could help save your life savings. So right now, as you're watching this, 2.1 million Americans are fleeing the country for medical care, not because they're poor not because they're uninsured, but because they've discovered the biggest price-fixing scam in human history. A hip replacement at Cleveland Clinic costs $375,000. That exact same surgery performed by a U.S.-trained surgeon in Bangkok costs $25,000. And here's the kicker. It's called Bumrungrad International Hospital, has a 98.5% success rate compared to the Mayo Clinic's 97.9% success rate. Their infection rate is only 0.5% versus the U.S. average of 1.9%. So you're literally paying more in the United States to get worse care. This isn't some underground black market operation. This is a $100 billion industry growing 25% every year. Thailand alone receives 2.5 million medical tourists annually. Mexico sees 1.4 million Americans cross the border every single year. There's a town called Los Algodones with 5,400 residents and 350 dentists' offices. They call it Molar City. Americans drive there, get dental work at 80% discount, and then drive home the same day. But here's what should make your blood boil. The same Medtronic hip implant that costs $13,000 in a U.S. hospital costs $350 in Belgium. The exact same device, made in the same factory with the same serial numbers. Tylenol, the pill that costs 10 cents at Walgreens, is billed at $37 per pill in U.S. hospitals. Not necessarily that you should even take Tylenol, but nevertheless. Surgical gloves are $53 per pair. An MRI that costs $300 cash in Japan, that costs $300 cash in Japan costs $3,500 if you have insurance in America. They literally charge you more for having insurance. Every hospital has a secret document called the Charge Master. Until 2021, it was illegal for them to tell you prices before treatment. Now they're required to post them, but 95% refuse and pay the pathetic $300 daily fine rather than reveal the 10,000% markups. 530,000 American families declare bankruptcy every year for medical bills. That's 66.5% of all bankruptcies in this country. And here's the gut punch. 75% of them had health insurance when they got sick. The average medical bankruptcy is $42,000. That same amount covers 5 heart surgeries in India. Dr. Devi Shetty in Bangalore performs heart surgery for $2,000, complex cardiac bypass. His hospital does 30 heart surgeries per day with a 98.5% success rate. His doctors are trained at Harvard and Johns Hopkins. The difference, he runs healthcare like a business instead of a cartel. Meanwhile, the FDA is actively blocking treatments that work. German hyperthermia for cancer, 76% response rate for certain cancers, is banned in America. Japan's immunotherapy reversed cancer in 25% of terminal patients. The FDA rated the U.S. clinics offering it. Mexico's Gerson therapy has a 50-year track record. It's illegal to even mention it works in the United States. IVF in America, $30,000 per cycle, 35% success rate. Czech Republic, $3,000 per cycle, 45% success rate. They have better technology, better outcomes at 90% less cost. American fertility clinics are running a monopoly on human reproduction. Major employers have figured this out. Walmart, Lowe's, Pepsi, they're sending employees abroad for surgery. Blue Cross Blue Shield just launched their Global Care program covering procedures in Mexico. The insurance companies that created this mess are now admitting defeat. Let me paint you a picture of what $30,000 actually buys you in Thailand. Business class round-trip flights for you and a companion, 5-star beachfront recovery suite for 14 days, surgery at a JCI-accredited hospital. That's the same accreditation as Johns Hopkins. U.S.-trained orthopedic surgeons, all medications, all follow-ups, private nurse 24/7, physical therapy twice a day, spa treatments, organic meal plan, and tourist excursions for your companion. At the Cleveland Clinic, $30,000 doesn't even cover the surgery room fee. This isn't about being anti-American. This is about being pro-survival. The U.S. healthcare system is designed to extract your entire net worth when you're the most vulnerable. It's not broken. It's working exactly as intended. 45,000 Americans die every year from a lack of insurance, while hospital executives make 8-figure salaries. Medical tourism isn't new. Greeks traveled to Epidaurus 2,500 years ago. Romans went to hot springs. The European aristocracy toured spa towns. The difference is that today we're not seeking medical care, we're fleeing medical predators. The revolution isn't coming, it's here. Every person who gets on a plane for a surgery is a vote against the system. Every medical tourist is a declaration of independence from the medical cartel. And tonight we're going deep. Which countries for which procedures? How to verify hospital accreditation? How to check surgeon credentials? Medical visa requirements? Insurance that covers international treatment? Recovery timelines? Tax implications? And we're building something bigger. A Zano-powered medical tourism marketplace with escrow-protected payments and reputation tracking. Because here's the truth that they don't want you to know. You don't have to die in debt. You don't have to choose between your health and your home. You don't have to accept their monopoly. 14 to 20 million people worldwide have already figured this out. They're not medical refugees, they're medical revolutionaries, and tonight you can join them. Your $300,000 surgery costs $30,000 abroad. Better care, better outcomes, better life. How much longer are you going to let them rob you? So before I go into the detail on this, I want to show you a clip, a collage of clips that I put together of people talking about their own experiences using medical tourism. And so see, these are interesting videos in part because you can see the kinds of technology and equipment and facilities that are out there. We have this complete myth that we have like Frederick Flintstone level technology. Our hospitals are an absolute joke. This whole idea that the technology is better and everything else is a complete fiction. So let me show you a couple.
Hospital prices in Turkey that would send Americans into a coma. I visited a luxury hospital in Turkey, and the prices compared to the US are shocking. Last year I came here for their VIP checkup and met with an internal medicine doctor, cardiologist, ophthalmologist, gynecologist, had a chest x-ray, DEXA scan, abdominal ultrasound, mammogram, echocardiogram, stress test, blood test, and test for cancer markers, all for $1,100. That went so well that we came back and my boyfriend did their 3-day comprehensive checkup package that included meetings with a gastroenterologist, internal medicine doctor, cardiologist, neurologist, urologist, cranial MRI, thorax CT scan, abdominal ultrasound, echocardiogram, stress test, colonoscopy, upper endoscopy, colon and stomach biopsy, and had blood tests that checked for 42 biomarkers and 6 cancer markers, all for $3,750. Doing that in the US would have cost us like 30 grand.
Why are people flying all the way to places like Thailand just to visit the dentist? Well, today I'm here for a checkup in Bangkok and I'm going to show you exactly why. So I'm at the BDMS Wellness Clinic here in Bangkok. I was actually pretty surprised at how extravagant this place was. They even had a dinosaur from Isan, the Siamosaurus. So it's actually been a while since I visited the dentist, so I made an appointment for a service called the Full Mouth Rehabilitation.
For whoever have to restore all of their teeth, they have the crowns, I have a decay, or they have like a worn dentition.
I've had some tooth pain recently, so we started off by doing a high-tech scan to search for any problems. And this scan is not just about fixing teeth, but it's also to restore your bite and overall tooth health. And it turned out I just needed braces. But it's pretty crazy what they do here. I think it's the only dentist in Asia that can make a crown in one day. You can even see it happening in this little room in one of the hallways. But as a regular coffee drinker, I was referred for a tooth cleaning session, which by the way, was also state of the art. Probably the most comfortable cleaning I've had. There's no horrible injections and you get to watch this Zen TV and just look at those pearly whites. Absolutely world-class service at this clinic. And if you do need to fix your smile, whether it's veneers, crowns or implants, check out the Full Mouth Rehab. Follow for more Thailand content, baby.
I've been on dialysis for about a year. My daughter said, I'll give you a kidney.
Nobody would do it. United States won't do this.
They were afraid.
Just because past cancer, I felt like this is a last chance. I researched and found medical tourism. The best place to come was India. If you research it online, it's like, say it's dangerous. I never once felt that here. Felt secure here. Everybody's so kind.
The doctors and the team were right on top of everything. By the time I got to surgery, I felt like I was at home. They gave me my daughter's kidney, and I started walking yesterday.
Ever wondered how Mexico's healthcare system compares to other countries? Let's break it down. Here are the key differences you need to know. Cost. Medical treatments in Mexico can be up to 80% cheaper than in the US, making it a top destination for medical tourism. Public and private blend. Mexico offers both public and private healthcare, but only about half of the population has full coverage. Quality of care. Some hospitals in Mexico are JCI-accredited, matching international standards, but public hospitals can face resource shortages. Access. Unlike Canada or Europe, Mexico doesn't have universal healthcare, but it's working on expanding coverage. Medical tourism. Mexico is a global leader in medical tourism, offering affordable and high-quality care for international patients. Interested in learning more about global healthcare differences? Please like, follow, and subscribe for more insights.
So there you have it. It's actually fascinating when you go and start digging into these clips. And I encourage you to go to YouTube or social media and just Google this and watch what people have to say about their experiences. Now, of course, not all experiences are great. There's certainly also stories about people getting abducted by the cartel and everything else in Mexico. So when I do talk about medical tourism, understand that what this is about using your choice, using the free markets, but you still have to do your homework. So you can find incredibly bad options, as well as options that are much better than what we currently have. But understand that there are options that are significantly better than what we currently have if you know how to look for them. And as I mentioned, this is a $100 billion industry now. So the average hip replacement in America is $375,000. That same surgery performed by a U.S. trained surgeon in Thailand is $25,000. And as I mentioned earlier, including the flights, the private recovery suite, overlooking the ocean, and a full-time nurse for 2 weeks. And the success rate, if you're going to this one particular hospital, Bumrungrad in Thailand, has a higher success rate than the best facility in the United States. And it has an even lower infection rate than by a significant margin than what you're about to get here. The Cleveland Clinic charges $423,000 for a cardiac bypass. Fortis Hospital in India charges $7,900 with better outcomes. And I can't stress this enough. This isn't about, this perception is, oh, you're getting doctors that don't know what they're doing. This is like, you're getting the B team, you're getting people that are cutting corners or whatever that happens to be. But when you do your homework on this, you'll find that a lot of these are U.S. trained doctors, or these are doctors that are trained in some of the best medical schools around, and they got fed up with the way that the system works and wanted to be able to operate in a way where they could actually help patients. And so they actually have data to back up their outcomes. 2.1 million Americans fled the country for medical care in 2023, which is up from just 750,000 in 2007. So this is a massively growing trend, and I'm grateful to see that. It's nice to see that people are starting to realize that you don't have to choose between what, the options that your health plan or whatever tells you or whatever's local to you, that you ultimately are in charge of your own health and can make the decision to not use the existing healthcare system at all. And while it's a $100 billion industry, it's actually growing at 25% annually. And large companies like Walmart, Lowe's, and Pepsi are starting to pay for their employees to do this. The Medtronic hip implant that costs $13,000 in the US is $350 in Belgium, which we'll get to that. Just the scam on pricing itself, which I've talked about in several episodes. But what you realize as you dig into this is that there's nothing free market about the way our system works at all. It's an absolute government regulated cartel, where the biggest purchaser of healthcare goods and services in the United States is now the government itself. So how did we get to this point where over 2 million Americans are fleeing the country. And by the way, it's not just Americans. There are other people certainly participating in this, wanting to leave their country and look for better market alternatives as well. In fact, right now it's 14 to 20 million people are medical refugees globally. And this is not from war-torn countries, but from first world nations with supposedly advanced healthcare. Americans flee to Mexico, Canadians flee to India, the British flee to Turkey. It's not migration, it's a mass exodus from medical monopolies. The entire population of New York City equivalent leaves their home country every year just to afford basic medical care. Thailand alone receives 2.5 million medical tourists, generating $8.7 billion annually. Mexico border towns see 1.4 million Americans yearly, which is 3,800 per day. Dubai built an entire healthcare city, 160 facilities just targeting American tourists. Turkey went from 75,000 medical tourists in 2008 to 700,000 in 2023. Costa Rica's medical tourism is growing 20% yearly. They call it Medicare refugees in Costa Rica. And Singapore positions itself as Asia's Mayo Clinic, charging 40% of U.S. prices. So again, this isn't even, obviously, the U.S. isn't the only country with a ridiculous, overinflated healthcare scam going on. Other countries have it as well. And fortunately, there are market-based solutions that have come to the rescue. So this is not an underground movement. This is a $100 billion industry that, with luck, will actually destroy the U.S. medical cartel. Well, this is why, however, we have to watch out for more centralized control and AI. So medical tourism hit $100 billion in 2024 and will reach $207 billion by 2027. For context, that's larger than Netflix, Spotify, and Uber combined. And McKinsey reports it's growing 25% annually while U.S. hospitals are going bankrupt. Cleveland Clinic is hemorrhaging patients to hospitals in Costa Rica that they trained themselves. The irony is perfect. Pre-COVID in 2019, it was a $74 billion market. Post-COVID, it's exploded to $100 billion. And so this is growing 25% annually while U.S. healthcare is growing by 4%. So this is a huge shift. Insurance companies are starting to pivot, Aetna, Anthem, and Blue Cross, by offering international coverage. And 8% of Fortune 500 companies now have some sort of medical tourism program. But this didn't start yesterday. Medical tourism has ancient roots that Big Pharma doesn't want you to know about. It's literally 2,500 years old. Interestingly, kind of the same timeline that I spoke about with this book, series of books, the divided legacy, where, you know, we've had this big battle over, are we humans that are self-healing or are we machines? And so this is how far back this goes. In 500 BC, Greeks would travel to the Epidaria Temple, which was technically the first medical tourism site that we're aware of. Romans built the first medical tourism infrastructure, spas across the empire. My wife and I actually visited that in Bath, which is a phenomenal thing to witness. In the 1700s, a European grand tour included medical stops in Switzerland. In 1973, Thailand launched the first modern medical tourism after the Vietnam War. In 1997, after the Asian financial crisis, Thailand pivoted to medical tourism as an economic strategy. In 2003, during the Iraq War, Jordan became the first medical hub for the Middle East. And in 2010, when Obamacare passed, U.S. medical tourism exploded 300% in just 3 years. So we have certainly been building to this. Americans flood into Mexico and Costa Rica predominantly. Europeans pour into Turkey and Poland. Middle Easterners fly to Thailand. The Chinese go to Japan. The Indians go to Thailand for procedures that are cheaper in India because Thai quality is superior. This isn't random. There's a precise global flow of patients escaping their national medical cartels, and every route tells a story of monopoly and price fixing. So in terms of looking at these flows from the US to Mexico, 1.4 million annually, when the big areas are dental, bariatric surgery, and cosmetic. The US to Costa Rica path, 150,000 annually, mostly for dental and orthopedic. Europe to Turkey, 400,000 annually for hair transplants, dental, and IVF. The Middle East to Thailand, 500,000 annually, largely for cardiac and cancer. China medical tourism to Japan and Korea is 500,000 annually, often for cancer and executive physicals. Russia goes to Israel, 200,000 annually for IVF and cancer treatment. And then now there are regional hubs emerging. Panama in Central America, Jordan in the Middle East, and Singapore in Asia. So let's dig into these market numbers in a little bit more detail here. So current market rate, 100 billion, growth rate 25%, patient volume 14 to 20 million people annually. This is the global size. Average spending $3,800 to $6,000 per medical tourist. The top earning countries are, and this is probably surprising to you, it's so surprising to me as I've been researching this, but Thailand is number one for medical tourism globally with 8.7 billion, followed by Mexico at 6.3, India at 5.6, and Turkey at 4.1. So those are the largest players today in this marketplace. And now corporations are getting involved with 43% of medical tourists now being sponsored by their employers and their insurance. And in terms of facility growth, there are now 630 JCI-accredited hospitals globally, which is the accreditation standard, which I'll talk about a little bit more later. But there are now 630 of these accredited facilities, hospitals globally, up from just 88 in 2002. So why is this happening now as opposed to, at any other point in time? This could have happened 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Well, not surprisingly, if you're listening to this, we've all experienced the United States healthcare system. And so largely, U.S. is at the heart of this perfect storm. U.S. healthcare costs rose 400% in 20 years, while wages rose just 80%. So we have 100 million Americans now with medical debt, 530,000 medical bankruptcies annually, and 45,000 deaths per year from lack of insurance. Meanwhile, as that's been going on here, a complete degradation of services and a complete destruction of the market, countries like Thailand have built world-class medical infrastructure specifically to capture American patients. It really is the perfect storm. Astronomical costs meet superior foreign alternatives, meet digital connectivity. That's how the exodus began. But I encourage you, obviously I played a selection of these clips, but you can see these and actually Google and go to these websites. Look at these facilities in Thailand and in Turkey and in Singapore. It's breathtaking. It looks like, they have Star Trek technology and we have a hospital hasn't changed since I've been born. Every hospital that I've been in is exactly the same as it's always been. There's nothing high tech or innovative. It just costs 10 times more than it used to with no real change in care. The average wait time for specialists, we already talked about, so the costs are up 400% since 2000. Procedures that used to cost $10,000 now cost $40,000, $50,000. 41% of Americans have medical debt. The average time to wait for a specialist in the United States is 26 days. You've probably experienced this. I always find this to be breathtaking, how long it takes to even find a specialist. And then when you do find the specialist, it's like this, it's pushed off a month, 6 weeks, 2 months, in some cases, even longer, depending on where you live. Versus Thailand, where it's same day. massive leaps in technology outside of this country. Robotic surgery and AI diagnostics are better abroad. Now, again, we talked about AI, we talked about it at the Technocracy Roundtable. The way that AI is being implemented in the United States is not to understand your health better to cure you. It's largely being used to classify you and deny claims. So again, AI could be a tool that you, if you choose to use it at your discretion. But the way that it's being implemented here is, I think as I talked about last week, the average claim now can be processed in 0.2 seconds. United Healthcare is like denying 90% of claims, and then they're using the AI to appeal the claims. This is how AI is being implemented here. AI is being used for diagnostics and for other things outside of this country in a way that's very positive. This is a positive application of AI. And then you do have robotic surgery as well. So COVID really revealed the whole lie here. U.S. healthcare collapsed while Asia thrived. And now employers are getting desperate. And when I had my healthcare company, this was the issue at the time. I started that company in 2004. And I know at the time, part of our sales pitches, we were trying to help them lower their cost by actually improving the underlying health of their employees, which was an earth-shattering concept for many. But it had been 5 years in a row of double-digit healthcare cost increases. Healthcare is the second largest cost for most employers in the U.S. behind actual salaries. That was 20 years ago. And it's only gotten worse since then. So this is now a situation where it threatens the competitiveness of U.S. corporations. In fact, it now represents 20% of overall compensation costs. And there's this quality inversion. Again, I didn't put this into this chart. I'm sure I'll cover it at some point in the future, but we do not have the best healthcare outcomes in any way, shape, or form. We haven't actually since when I was running my company 20 years ago. We didn't have the best health outcomes, and they've only slipped. But if you talk to most people in the U.S., they'll give you this story about how we have the most advanced and the best healthcare in the world. There's no factual basis for making that statement. So how does this work? So basically, in 2019, Rand Corporation studied 3,000 U.S. hospitals and found they charge private insurers 247% of what Medicare pays for the same procedure. That's not a markup. I mean, that's criminal price fixing. Although I will say now it's gotten to the point where they don't even have a choice because Medicare and Medicaid don't pay enough to cover the provider's costs. You actually have a situation where the providers, in order to not go bankrupt or run out of cash, have to charge the private market more. So to be clear in all of this, this isn't to say, well, it's just price gouging by insurers. Insurers aren't free market businesses anyway. They're government sanctioned, useless third-party intermediaries. So I don't want to even don't look at me as being siding with insurance companies as being free market. They're not. But what's driving this train is the fact that the U.S. government now controls and is the largest purchaser of healthcare services, and what they pay and how they pay dictates the rest of the market. It dictates what drugs are developed, and it determines every aspect of the healthcare system that we have in this country. So don't let anybody sit there and tell you, oh, at least we don't have socialized medicine. I will tell you, this hybrid crony bullshit thing that we have is worse. This is actually the kind of a worst case scenario that you could imagine. And what it's headed to now, because of course it doesn't work, is the ultimate form of rationing where the government takes more centralized control of healthcare and then uses AI to do the rationing. So healthcare systems have merged to create regional monopolies. And now 90% of metro areas have highly concentrated markets. And I've seen this. And now doctors can't afford to have their own practice. You have certificate of need boards that regulate whether or not you can even open a new hospital. So you have to get approval from the people that already run hospitals if you're going to launch a competitive offering, which of course you can imagine how that goes. You have charge master rates. So Tylenol, again, that costs 10 cents is billed at $37 per pill. And then insurance companies take 20% of the inflated prices. They actually have an incentive to have higher costs. This is one of these when you have a cost plus business model, and it's based on a percentage of the cost. This actually is a perverse economic incentive and is the kind of thing that can only happen in the kind of healthcare system that we have, which is not a market. Pharmacy benefit managers it's another ridiculous, useless third-party intermediary that provides secret rebates, which drive up drug prices 500%. I may even do a separate segment at some point on pharmacy benefits managers. That is one of the biggest scams within the complex of scams that we have here. And then on top of that, there are non-compete clauses. So doctors get banned from opening competing practices. So it's all based on regulation and using the force of the state to determine what you can and cannot even do, whether or not you can compete. It's again, nothing even remotely like a free market, and now the government is the largest purchaser and the regulator of the entire thing. But I think one of the biggest scams is this concept of a charge master. So every hospital has this secret document called the charge master. And this is a price list they're legally required to hide from you, or at least until 2021. It was literally illegal for hospitals to tell you prices before treatment. Think about how absurd that is. They weren't allowed to tell you how much things cost. Now they're required to post them, but 95% refuse and instead pay $300 a day fine rather than reveal 10,000% markups. Well, of course. And this is a classic example of politicians coming out and saying, oh, well, we made it transparent. We changed the law, so now hospitals are required to tell you how much things cost. And they don't tell you any of the details behind it. And nobody ever does a look back to say, oh, that law that required hospitals to be transparent, how'd that turn out? And it turns out 95% refuse. And they pay extortion to the government in the form of a $300 a day fine. That's your government at work for you on your behalf in the realm of healthcare. So an aspirin that costs 2 cents is billed at $37, and surgical gloves are billed at $53 per pair. That is legal fraud. Charge master rates are fiction. Nobody pays them except the uninsured. The same procedure at the same hospital. Cash costs $2,000. If you're insured, it costs $45,000. This is why at one point I was working on a startup with the idea of, well, what if you went to cash only? Because if you do pay cash even today, if you negotiate and try to use cash, you can get a 50, 60, 70, 80% discount because of this entire fraudulent charge master pricing system. So again, only 5.6% of the hospitals actually post real prices. And then there's price variation that is insane. So based on this, it's like, okay, you can't really know how much things cost around the country. So you can't price shop. Because if you could, you'd find out something like an appendectomy could cost anywhere from $3,000 to $186,000. Again, who knows? Who knows where it's $186,000 and where it's $3,000? And you won't know until after the procedure when you get the bill. So then there's surprise billing. 1 out of 5 ER visits result in out-of-network bills. And then the scam is that insurance negotiates an 80% discount from these fake prices. So this is how this system works. And so what happens if you don't pay? What happens if you don't pay these exorbitant prices? Well, here's what happens in the United States of America. Medical bankruptcies are now the #1 cause of personal financial ruin. 530,000 American families declare bankruptcy every year due to medical bills. That is 2/3 of all bankruptcies. These are not unemployed people either. 75% of these people had health insurance when they got sick. The average medical bankruptcy is $42,000 in bills. $42,000. That same amount covers 5 heart surgeries in India, including luxury recovery. The U.S. healthcare system is designed to extract your entire net worth at the point at which you are the most vulnerable. And cancer diagnosis equals 2.65 times bankruptcy risk within 4 years. And I should probably do a separate one on cancer. It'll assure that I get kicked off of all the channels, but it needs to happen. And by the way, download or go and look at Mike Adams' AI and search for things like natural cures for cancer, and then try to search other AI models, and then search for it on Google. Watch what happens. Cancer is a scam. They sell you radiation and chemotherapy. This has been the scam. And then whatever. I will do a thing on that, because then you look at which companies are selling chemotherapy and everything else, and it is an absolute scam. And the thing is, and they know it's a scam. These companies don't mind that they're actually poisoning you, and that the best solution for decades that we have proposed for people and that we've considered to be the standard of care is to try to kill all of your cells and hope that it kills the cancer before it kills you. This is the strategy that we've come up with. And the reason we've come up with it, well, look at who the pharmaceutical companies are and how much they make from it every year. It's disgusting. And it has nothing to do with the free markets. So now, let's dig into some more of the detail on where you can go. And I hope this information is helpful. I've found it fascinating, actually, to learn about this. But there's this place, Los Algodones, I'm probably saying that wrong, my apologies, Mexico. And as I mentioned in the intro, this is a town that has a total population of 5,400 people, yet they have 350 dentists' offices. That is more dentists per capita than anywhere on Earth. Every day, 3,000 Americans cross the border to get dental work done at an 80% discount and then cross back. A full mouth restoration that costs $60,000 in Phoenix costs $8,000 there, including hotel and margaritas. This tiny town of 5,400 people generates $1 billion annually from American dental refugees. So let's dig into this a little bit more in terms of the procedures. And at some point, obviously, again, we want to put together a marketplace for this, but I'm not doing this just so that you use the marketplace. Just start using alternatives. And with this, I'm going to start, collecting more information and presenting the prices, in part because I'm going to be contacting these people. These are people that we want to have as part of the peer-to-peer healthcare marketplace that we're putting together. But let's look at the pricing here. Dental implants. United States, $3,500. Mexico, $900. Hungary, $1,000. Full mouth restoration, U.S., $60,000. In Costa Rica, $12,000. A Brazilian butt lift, U.S., $15,000. In Brazil, where they invented it, it's only $4,500. Hair transplant, in the U.S., $15,000. In Turkey, $2,500. A facelift that costs $20,000 in the United States is $5,000 in Thailand. So the success rate is higher due to volume specialization. Imagine that. What a concept. So, but it's not just cosmetic. Yes, I just talked about dental. I talked about Brazilian butt lifts and some of these other things, but this is also major surgeries. We're talking about hearts, hips, and knees, all without bankruptcy. So we have Dr. Diva Shetty in Bangalore, who performs heart surgeries for $2,000 a day. And these are not just simple heart surgeries, not that any heart surgery is necessarily simple, but this is complex cardiac bypass surgery. His hospital does 30 of these per day with a 98.5% success rate, which is better than the Cleveland Clinic. And his doctors are trained at Harvard and at Johns Hopkins. But he's running this like a business. He is not caught up in the cartel of being part of this glob of a hospital system network that we have here. So running it like a business, volume drives excellence and competition drives the price down. And I guarantee you that Dr. Shetty makes more money than the average cardiac surgeon here in the United States, because here they've got medical malpractice insurance. They're dealing with a whole variety of other issues. And so at the end of the day, he makes more money. The customer has better health outcomes, and the customer saves money. I mean, this is how the markets are meant to operate. So in the realm of these major surgeries, let's look at what we're looking at in terms of savings. A heart bypass, which is $123,000 in the United States, is $7,900 in India, or $15,000 in Thailand. A hip replacement, which is $40,000 in the US, is $7,000 in India, or $13,000 in Mexico. A knee replacement, which is $35,000 in the United States, is $6,600 in India, $7,500 in Poland. A spinal fusion, which is $110,000 in the US, is $17,000 in Thailand and $10,000 in India. And to be clear, athletes go abroad for these surgeries. So NFL, NBA players get stem cells in Germany. And we haven't even talked about the whole realm of procedures and things that you're not legally allowed to get in the United States because the FDA is protecting the criminal cartel of big pharma here. All you hear about is, oh, well, the US is the best because we've got the big pharma and we're the ones creating all of the drugs. Well, I mean, we actually tend to create the drugs that kill people, and then the solutions that actually help people are illegal here. But, nice narrative. So the success rate in India is higher than the success rate in the United States. And again, you have to look at these specific, you have to do your research, but as you're probably starting to understand, you can research this and you can find that there are dedicated specialists and facilities, over 600 of these now, around the globe that have a track record. So you don't want to just generically go to India and get medical treatment or generically go to Mexico. Obviously, you need to do your homework. But it's actually not that hard to do the homework, and it's not hard to find this information, although it's not that it took me actually quite a bit of effort to compile this and put this together. It certainly isn't. The existing healthcare system doesn't want this information to be easily accessible for obvious reasons. So then we move into, we talked about some complex surgeries. Now let's move into cancer and chronic conditions. Now we're in the realm of treatments the FDA won't even let you have at all, where there is nothing to compare price because it's just simply not allowed here. Germany offers hyperthermia cancer treatment, which involves heating tumors to 44 degrees Celsius to make them vulnerable to lower chemo doses. Their success rate, 76% for certain cancer. FDA status, banned. Japan has something called the GCMAF immunotherapy, which reversed cancer in 25% of terminal patients in clinical trials. FDA response, they raided the US clinics. Mexico's Gerson therapy has a 50-year track record. The FDA position, it's illegal to even mention it works. The FDA protects pharma profits, not your life. By the way, F the FDA. Seriously? It's illegal to even mention it works? This is absurd. And by the way, for all of the people that think that Bobby Kennedy is going to save this, well, we should all go out and start talking about how Gerson therapy cures cancer, and let's see if his FDA comes after us or not. Let's see if we have medical freedom. Let's see if we have any free speech or not. I'll let you guess how that's probably going to work out. There are other examples. In Mexico, you can use vitamin B17, and G. Edward Griffin wrote a book about that, and actually we got some almonds from when we were at the Red Pill Expo related to this. In Switzerland, They have live cell therapy for chronic conditions. In Panama, you can get stem cell treatments for MS and Parkinson's. In Cuba, they have a lung cancer vaccine, 5-year survival rate doubled. And in Israel, they have something called the CAR T therapy, variations of which are not approved by the FDA. So again, I don't ask for permission or forgiveness. The FDA is a death cult. This entire medical system should be ridiculed, not given deference or any authority over your life whatsoever. Zero. Now, let's talk about fertility tourism. So building families at an 80% discount. So IVF in America costs $30,000 per cycle and has a 35% success rate. In the Czech Republic, it's $3,000 with a 45% success rate. Better technology, better success rates at 90% less cost. Spain does 50,000 IVF cycles for foreigners annually. Greece offers IVF vacation packages, treatment plus a Mediterranean recovery for less than it costs for a single consultation in the United States. American fertility clinics are running a cruel monopoly on human reproduction. And it goes on in this category. Egg donation, US $30,000 versus $8,000 for Spain. And, gender selection, a whole variety of different other things regarding various protocols. And then also, in general, multiple cycles are available abroad that are cheaper than a single cycle in the United States. So again, there's no area here, whether it's cosmetic, major surgery, cancer, chronic conditions, or areas like fertility. It sucks here. There's no upside to the United States healthcare system. So I'm hoping you're starting to think out of the frame of, this is just cosmetic surgeries or just dental surgeries. It's great to go outside of the country for that as well. But what's hard for me I can't find any examples of where we're the best place for any of this. Any of these major categories. That's how bad this is, and that's how bad the propaganda is in terms of what we think the U.S. is and the way that it's portrayed versus the actual outcomes and the actual innovation in any of these areas. Now, it very well may that it used to be that the U.S. was leading, but man, have we deteriorated. I mean, we're now sitting here where people are doing what? Complaining about or talking about, are we going to go into a civil war because the government shut down and we have tens of millions of people on food stamps. The fact that we have that many people on food stamps and that's a proposition that people are entertaining tells you how completely failed America is. Well, the Civil War was not going to happen for any of these other reasons other than the fact that we have whatever it is, 40 million people, I don't even know what it is, on food stamps, and now because of the government shutdown, they're not going to have that. Or, as I talked about last week, Obamacare, because the Obamacare subsidies are going to go away during the open enrollment period in November, then this is going to cause an increase in premiums of like $600 a month. This is the country that people think is a free market system. It is not a free market system. It's a joke. It is a declining empire, a crumbling empire. So now, let's go one step further. So beyond IF, let's go into prevention, which is something that the U.S. is obviously not great at, but wellness and prevention. Executive physicals and longevity. So for $5,000 in Thailand, you get a 3-day executive physical, which includes a full body MRI, complete genomic sequencing, 200 plus biomarkers, VO2 max testing, a DEXA scan, coronary calcium score, and a consultation with 8 specialists. That same workup at the Mayo Clinic Executive Health is $15,000 with a 6-month wait. Japanese hospitals offer human doc screening that catches cancer 5 years earlier than U.S. methods. We're not just behind, we are completely and totally obsolete. So, I mean, there's a whole variety of different things here. A full body MRI plus AI analysis in the US, $5,000. In Japan, $1,500. Stem cell anti-aging, $50,000 in the United States. Panama, $15,000. NAD plus protocols, NAD plus protocols, US, $8,000. Mexico, $2,000. Hormone optimization, $500 a month in the US, $100 a month in Costa Rica. Preventative genomics, 23andMe, it's illegal in the US, and it's comprehensive in Singapore. I don't know if you remember this. So 23andMe launched their thing, and at one point they were warning people about proclivity for breast cancer, and then they actually had to stop doing that because people were going out and getting preventative mastectomies and taking various treatments. So our government has literally prevented and limited our own ability to get information about our own health. And then if we do get that information, insurance companies won't accept it or use it for any preventative treatment. This is how the system works here. I mean, there are other things. When I looked up Mike Adams' things about cure for cancer, one of the things that the number one thing on the list, I think, was IV for vitamin C, doing intense vitamin C. You can't even get that now. I was part of a biohacking gym called Biohackers, which I recommend if you're ever in Weston, Florida, and they had all kinds of cool stuff like a cryo chamber and all kinds of different red light therapy, cryotherapy, you name it. And the person that ran it also ran a biotech company and had a clinic that was doing, IVs. And, they went after her and tried to target her and shut her down for what she was doing on stem cells and in a whole bunch of other areas. And so again, it's not that the technology doesn't exist, and it's not that the technology is dangerous for you. Everything is about keeping this death system alive, for keeping Rockefeller medicine alive and keeping the status quo going. We are not an innovative country. So I want to talk a little bit about tactics and how to go about doing this, kind of a medical tourism playbook, best approach in terms of what documents do you need, how do you plan, how do you deal with safety-related issues. So first of all, you need to look for JCI accreditation, which is the same standard that Johns Hopkins uses. Second, you have to confirm your surgeon's credentials on the International Association of Medical Regulatory Authorities website. Third, you need to get a medical visa, not tourist visa, for legal protection. Fourth, use a medical tourism facilitator for the first trip. So they'll handle everything for a 10% fee, but it's probably you're saving enough. It's probably worthwhile to pay the extra amount just to make sure the whole thing is run smoothly. And particularly if you're doing some kind of a large surgery, you probably don't want to be dealing with concerns and risk about administration. Fifth, buy travel insurance that specifically covers medical tourism. And so this is a good starting point. So JCI accreditation, this is the gold standard. You can verify that at jointcommissioninternational.org. For surgeon verification, you can go to IAMRA.com for credentials. And again, you want to look into a medical visa, not a tourist visa. Look for a medical facilitator to help you with this process. And then on the insurance front, here are some suggestions for this kind of medical tourism coverage, something called MedJet Assist, Seven Corners, or Allianz has medical coverage. So again, this is just what my research has dug up so far. I'm sure there's more to expand and more to learn, but this is just a starting point. So plan for 2 to 3 weeks total and a 1 week recovery time minimum, because of course, depending upon what surgery you're going through, you're not going to want to or even be in a position where it's medically advisable to travel right away after surgery. But most of these packages, if you dig into it properly, include the airfare and the hotel and the whole experience. Again, it's this medical tourism thing. If you're looking at these places in Thailand and Turkey and other places, I mean, this is more like how you would interact with a spa. Whereas in the US, the healthcare system is like interacting with a prison. I mean, it's that stark of a difference, because you're actually treated like a customer in this medical tourism model, where you're treated like, you know, this paternalistic relationship with a bureaucratic superstructure. I mean, it's just a night and day relationship difference. So once again, it comes back then to, with all of this, the quality indicators. It's not just that doing this is cheaper. The surprising part of it is that the outcomes are better. So this facility, Bumrungrad International in Bangkok, sees 1.1 million patients annually. 520,000 of those are international customers. Their infection rate is 0.5%. So let's compare that to the Cleveland Clinic, which sees 2.4 million patients annually and has an infection rate of 1.9%. We have Apollo Hospitals in India, which has a 98.5% cardiac surgery success rate. And in the US, we have a cardiac surgery success rate of 97.8%. Anadolu Medical Center in Turkey, stage 3 cancer 5-year survival rate is 72%. Versus the US, which is 68%. So these aren't comparable facilities. The international hospitals and facilities that we're talking about here are better. They're better and faster and cheaper than what people consider to be the gold standard here in the United States. And as I mentioned, there are 630 of these JCI-accredited hospitals across the globe. When you start looking at other dimensions, what's the nurse to patient ratio? Well, in the US, it's 1 to 5. So one nurse for every 5 patients. In Thailand, it's 1 nurse for every patient. And as far as the doctor credentials are concerned, 60% of the doctors at these facilities are trained in the US, the UK, or Germany. As far as the technology is concerned, they use the latest equipment. So there are no insurance delays on approval. This is why when you do a snapshot and you go in and look at these facilities, like they're using robots, they're using all of this other stuff that we do not see here ever. It's not even available here because of Medicare, Medicaid, and the way the whole funding mechanism works. Because the entirety of US healthcare is paid for by a third party, whether it's insurance or the government. There's no direct consumer relationship. So there's no direct consumer choice. All of the choices that are available to you are only available to you if your health insurance plan or the government have decided that they're going to make it available to you. What a scam. Volume specialization, again, part of the magic to this, when we talked about the heart clinic in India, is that they specialize and they do huge volume. Here you go to these facilities and it's doctors have to try to get space at the hospital, and the hospital is this one-size-fits-all prison for everyone. And when it comes to transparency, the outcomes for these facilities that we're talking about are published publicly, unlike the US where we don't publish the outcomes. So let's talk about let me give you an example. What does $30,000 get you? So for $30,000, a hip replacement in Thailand includes business class round trip for you and a companion, an airport VIP transfer, a 5-star beachfront recovery suite for 14 days, surgery at a JCI-accredited hospital, a U.S.-trained orthopedic surgeon, all of the medication, all of the follow-up, a private nurse 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, physical therapy twice daily, spa treatments, an organic meal plan, and tourist excursions for your companion. That's what you get for $30,000 for a hip replacement in Thailand. At the Cleveland Clinic, $30,000 doesn't cover the surgery room fee. So this is just, again, I can't drive this point home enough about how much we are just fleeced and lied to, and the extent to which healthcare has been propagandized in this country. And, you know, if you look at what this means, well, I mean, business class flights to Thailand are like $4,000. A 5-star hotel for 14 nights. You know, I mean, again, on and on and on. You look at all of this. It's just like you're getting, you know, 5 to 10x the value for doing medical tourism. So this is just an overview of this. I mean, the next step for this is, again, what I'm seeing is an opportunity to use Zano and to create a marketplace where where people can buy and sell, you know, a marketplace for buying these medical tourist services, where you can use private currency, where you can build a reputation management system based on the actual transactions. And, you know, in the future, an opportunity to do things like crowdfund some of the funding for the treatment. Every aspect of this healthcare system that we have in the United States could be done better in a private way. And there's no reason to sit around and talk about, well, gee, I hope this person gets elected so that we can modify the system. There is no fixing the healthcare system in the United States. There's no reason. Are you gonna die from a disease and wait and just, well, gee, I want to be an American, so I want to make sure that I play within the system? It's absurd. The time to exit the healthcare system is absolutely right now. So with that, I hope that was a helpful introduction to medical tourism. And just note that, again, you don't have to wait at all for this. You don't have to wait for the marketplace that we put together. You can take action. You can engage in this now. It's a $100 billion market. It's expanding. And, you know, largely the people that are taking advantage of it are what? You know, executives and people that work for large corporations that are using their health plan. And then we get stuck with the bill paying for everybody else in this system, and then somehow are guilt tripped into thinking that, well, you know, we have to work within the system because it's the best in the world, and that somehow you're not patriotic if you're not using this system that we have. It's just, it's insane. And as I said, I'm now for bullying public health actively. It's not enough to just say, you know, like what happened with COVID, we were told to trust the experts. It's not enough to just not trust the experts. It's to actively ridicule these people for being a death cult. There's a big difference in the approach. There is no reason that these people should be given deference based on the outcomes. Based on the outcomes and based on the ideology and based on the structure and the history of healthcare, people should be ridiculed. It is the rare exception that somebody within the healthcare system is actually providing you useful advice. When you factor in all of what they have to go through with accreditation and everything that they buy into once they pick that field and everything that they have to comply with, the likelihood of you getting good information is almost zero. So with that, I have not sent around any links for the live chat. I got a little sidetracked. So let me, if anyone wants to pop in, here's the link to the live chat. And let me circulate this around to a few people. So anyway, we've got, hopefully we'll get some questions in here too. Please feel free to ask any questions in the chat or on the website as well. We can answer them that way. You don't necessarily have to join the live chat. I know some people aren't a big fan of that. So let's see here. Now, of course, I should do do a segment at some point moving forward about the downsides of this, about where not to go with this, because there certainly are examples of, you know, people being kidnapped by a cartel, people having bad outcomes. Obviously, the things that the resources that I was talking about in Thailand and in India and Turkey, that's not the case, but you certainly can find bad options out there. And so, you know, want to make sure to do your homework, but I'd start with the places that I outlined in the presentation if you're looking for these kind of medical interventions. So I will play. I've got a couple. I've worked on this avatar system quite a bit since Thursday. I have a few things to show. I mean, obviously last week's was very crude. I was putting that together at the last minute. But this is just to show, how far along this is moving in terms of the ability to dealing with AI doesn't have to be one about centralized big tech companies having a monopoly over the information that you have. And it also doesn't have to be difficult as far as an interface is concerned to be able to get the information. If you use AI a lot, so much of it now is, if you're using these big AIs, it's going to tell you what you want to hear. It's going to hallucinate. It's going to, everything that you say is right. I mean, this is creating a lot of problems for people as well. And they're actually taught to do that. So the AIs are given a set of rules which say, okay, respond to someone in this way, be polite, frame it like this, and then here's the list of safeguards. And this is kind of a template that we put on top of the information that we get out of the AI. So you're seeing what Sam Altman and a team of techno-bioethnicists want you to see, or whatever kind of people would be on an AI safety panel for a Silicon Valley firm, which if you're interested in the truth, that's not that's not the group of people that you want defining how you get the information. So when I put together this crude avatar system, the idea behind it is this. So let's make it easy to get the information, but the way the information comes back to you could be through voice, or it could be through a video avatar, but you get to choose every layer of this. So the thing that to understand, and I think this is kind of the breakthrough in understanding how AI works, is you can pick the sources of information that you're getting. And I will show you that. So I've actually, just since Thursday, I've taken a whole bunch of information and put it into a type of database that can be easily accessed by an AI model. So in other words, you view the AI as kind of the chat interface to the database. And so last week I had this 4-part book series, The Divided Legacy, which is this great masterpiece on the history of medicine going back 2,500 years. But since then, I've added Hijacking Bitcoin. So I've added Roger Vere's book, which we can ask it any question that you want to ask. I've added Patrick Wood's Technocracy news website with 6,720 articles. I've added all of the articles from the Brownstone Institute. So all 2,784 articles. And then right now I'm working on indexing this thing called the ARC that I mentioned from Mark Passio, which is, let me pull up all of the information that's in that. Almost 8,000 books, and we have 25,000 audio clips or interviews, and we have 4,700 videos. So there we go. I see we have, hi Barbara, how are you?
Hello. I'm good. I canceled the I just transferred over. Hey.
I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time hearing you. It's a little bit choppy.
Yeah, a second. Hi. Okay.
All right. So Barbara, I see your comment here as a nurse. This information is useful. I will share your video. Just recently found your website. Saw you on the Sarah Westall show. Follow the Health Ranger also. So great. Glad. Nice to meet you. Glad you were able to watch this. And yeah, no, this is an interesting. I mean, I've been around this healthcare field for my dad actually had a company in the insurance field, and I started a company, and it's mind-boggling when you dissect it and take a look at it. Do you have any specific questions, or did you just want to hop into the chat? All right. Well, anyway, so Barbara, so you're in the live chat. If you want to say anything or ask any questions, you're welcome to. Hopefully you can hear me. I can hear you typing. So in any event, I've put the StreamYard link into the comments here, so anyone who wants to join the live chat can. Sorry, you have an echo. Yeah, we often have some kind of audio issue here. Still trying to get a good system here for these kinds of live chats. Well, anyway, let me know if you have any questions. Happy to answer them, or have any comments. Would love to hear them. So anyway, let me know whenever you're ready. Feel free to ask a question. I'll keep talking until we get the audio working. But so I have the Brownstone Institute, and then I have these. So far we've processed 417 million words out of this ARC books collection. And so the whole point of this is that I'm not subject to what Grok or ChatGPT or any of these companies have in their AI. I can literally connect my own information to AI. And the whole purpose then of the AI becomes to make it easy to access and find and interact with information. And that can be done by typing it in and chatting, but it can also be done by, you can determine how you want the information presented to you. So you could say, look, I just want the facts. I don't want any fanfare. Just give me the information in a bulleted list. You could define that. Or you could say, as I've had, well, I'm going to create these avatars and see what the information looks like. If I, clone these voices, this is just as an example, but if I wanted to see, well, how would Walter Cronkite deliver a news story based on this information? So this is the power of what we can do with AI. So we're not subject at all to the information that big tech decided to index, or we're also not subject to the way that they filter the information that it comes out to us. We can control every aspect of this. And I'm not saying that it's easy yet, because it's not, and I'm not expecting that everybody's going to do what I'm doing right now, but as the technology is evolving, it's going to get to the point where it's going to be very easy for somebody to say, hey, look, I want to grab information from this source, this source, this source, this source, and this source, and I just want to be able to interact with it, to talk to it, to be able to query it without filters. And fortunately, thanks to people like Mike Adams, who's taken information that none of the big tech sources will index, and thanks to others like Mark Passio and others, we're going to be able to. Oh, I see. So Barbara doesn't have any specific questions. Okay. We're going to be able to aggregate all this information and make it available to people on their own computer, so that you don't have to be connected to the internet. And this is a liberating aspect of this. So there is a component to this that isn't the algorithms are driving what we see and how we see information. Now, if you saw last week, I had these corny avatars. I want to show you the upgrade for this week. Now, it's slow to generate these, so I can't do these in real time. But I decided to have a short video clip created with an avatar pulling information from, I believe, from Mike Adams' database. So let's see what Walter Cronkite avatar looks like now. So as you can see, visually, certainly much of an upgrade, and now I'm able to do this on my own computer. And again, the point of this isn't about necessarily these characters, but it's about saying, just imagine a future where, again, you can interact with information through whatever interface that you want. You just want to be able to speak to it and get a response back in whatever format is the best for you. And I've been even exploring how people learn and their different learning methodologies. So why shouldn't everybody have their own individualized tutor? The important part is that we get access and we have the choice to have uncensored information, and that it's easy for us to be able to get access to that information. So I'll show you that we played a lot of Christopher Hitchens clips last week. I'll show you an upgraded version of Hitchens. So again, if you are watching, if you're listening, which I know most people are probably just listening, I encourage you to check it out, to watch the last episode and watch these avatars, and then take a look at what I just showed, because it's a night and day difference. And this is not even the final form of this. I think 90 days from now, the video part won't be real time, but it'll be a lot faster, and the audio will be nearly real time. And so, again, one of the things I am dabbling with over the weekend is creating an interface where you could have simulated debates on topics. But the way that you define it is, so a lot of people will say, well, I don't like the way AI is going to make the argument look like this. Okay, well, here's an idea. You can actually train it. You could have Socrates versus Aristotle. You could have Aristotle versus Plato, and this would be pretty easy to do because their works are all publicly available, where you actually put the complete works of Plato and Aristotle in a database. And so the avatar that is speaking to you isn't doing so from whatever ChatGPT has. You can use an uncensored AI, and it's basically searching the actual database of the works of these people directly. So in other words, this is a way for you to engage, have a Socratic dialogue with Socrates, or engage with Aristotle and Plato based on their own direct works. And so these things get better over time. The more of the data that you put into the system, the more you refine the way that the avatar works, et cetera, then this just becomes very basically an easy way for you to get access to information. It enhances your ability to study and learn. And again, this is all based on, maybe you don't like voice, maybe you prefer reading. Okay, that's fine. What I'm trying to show here is a particular new way of interacting with information that is not the normal, what we're used to from big tech, and what the threat is from technocracy. And the threat from technocracy is real. The censorship that goes on with these AI models, I would argue, is worse than what is going on with search engines in many cases. And that has happened in a much shorter time period. It took a long time for Google to be completely woke. I mean, they did start off with that do no harm or whatever mission, and they held to that in the early days. In the early days, Google was actually uncensored and was a game changer in terms of the ability to get access to information. Now it's just a big pharma, censorship industrial complex, sanitized, propaganda machine. And certainly their AI. I remember when they first put out their AI image model, and you'd put something in there and it would make, whatever you put in George Washington, and it would give you back a black character or whatever. And the whole thing was weighted. Anthropic, it was just shown weights the value of a human life in Africa much higher than the life of a German, et cetera. I mean, so again, these things have weights and biases put into them, but there are models that are out there that are actually neutral in terms of the way that they process information. So then it's just a question of what information you're putting into it. So let me see what kind of questions we have here. And again, feel free to submit questions. Either I'll answer them or we can actually test out this chat thing. Because I mean, I know some things, but it's pretty limited to what the total available amount of information is on any topic. And so hopefully we've set up the ability to find some of that out. So, well, here's a question. And by the way, I'm going to test this out, and I have no idea what the answer is going to be. So somebody posted, I have a question to do with digital ID lockdown. They're dealing with the UK, which is a major travel hub to get to some of these places. How do we deal with that once it's in place? Well, that's one that, let me test our chatbot, and if not, I'll certainly give an answer. Well, my answer is find different travel routes, right? I mean, obviously, this whole thing is a back and forth, and this is a race. And my argument is that we have to beat technocracy, not that we can hide. And the goal here is not to try to escape or think that you can go off in the woods and defeat this. You can't do that. We need to build better alternatives that promote free will and that use these technologies in a way that enhance our free will as opposed to enslave us. And so ultimately that's the way to hedge against that. But in the interim period, as places like the UK, and by the way, the UK is not the worst of the problem. The UK has, and I've stated this probably 5 or 6 episodes ago, I did a whole overview of the global state of digital IDs. And I see people in America saying, oh my God, look at how bad, I can't believe, the UK has fallen this much. They're going to put in place a digital ID, and their Prime Minister Starmer has gone against Parliament, and he's gone against the wishes of the people, and these people have signed this petition, and he's doing it anyway. What a joke they've become. But here's some things to know about that. Their digital ID doesn't go into effect until 2029. We have real ID that over half of Americans have already signed up for. Excuse me, in the United States, we have that now. So sorry about this. We have digital ID now, real ID, which I think 57% of Americans have signed up for, mostly unknowingly, by the way, not knowing the implications of it all. Hey, Stephen, how are you? Are you there?
Yeah.
Hello?
I'm muted. I was muted. How you doing, Aaron?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Just got home.
Well, I was starting to answer your question.
Yeah, I heard some of it. I was moving over from X to live to StreamYard, and you were talking about alternative travel routes, and I think that's a good idea. I would imagine that these lockdowns for these digital IDs is going to expand over time, but I guess the answer is to make sure that you get your things in order before it happens.
Well, yeah, exactly. And by the way, people from the UK flee to what did I say it was? Turkey. So obviously, no one's traveling to the UK, but you're right that it is a hub. So my advice would be to move fast and find alternative routes. And then what you'll find is the doctors will shift to places that you can get to, right? I mean, if you look at why these places are in Thailand or Turkey or Jordan, which is the place in the Middle East, these things came about because of, in some cases, the Gulf War. Some of it was because of the financial crisis in Asia. This is why Thailand decided, for economic reasons, they needed to do this. And so my guess is it's a true marketplace. And as a true marketplace, the medical freedom will flow where the medical freedom flows. That's the beauty of the market. So it may be Thailand, Turkey, and Singapore today. It may be Panama and, Costa Rica is already on the list. It may be another set of countries tomorrow. I realized that I didn't have the screen shared with the avatar. You want to see the new avatar?
Sure.
All right, here we go. I'm going to show you the Walter Cronkite. I apologize. I was watching something on one screen and it wasn't shared. So let me play this.
Good evening. The facts are these. Americans are saving 30 to 80% on medical procedures abroad. What we know is this: dental work, joint replacements, cosmetic surgery, substantial savings. Thailand, Mexico, Turkey led the destinations. And that's the way it is with medical costs today.
It's a little better than we had last week.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Here's the new Hitchens.
One might flee the grotesque extortion racket of American healthcare by sampling the medical bazaars of distant shores, where identical procedures performed with equal or superior competence cost merely a fifth of their homelands' usurious rates. The cartel trembles as patients escape to Bangkok's gleaming theaters.
Wow.
Now those
yeah. Those are much better than what you had last week.
Yeah, no, they're a lot better. They take a long time to generate, and so I can't do that in real time for the video, but it will get to the point. Watch what happens over the next 90 days or so. And again, the point that I was trying to make is that we can pick what data we choose to access through AI. We can pick which AI model is setting the parameters for how that information is being accessed, and then we can decide how the information gets to us in terms of how it's packaged, how either the text is packaged or whether it's audio or video. And I just want to state that this is a very liberating thing. This is something that can enhance our lives. It doesn't have to be what is the dominant approach, which is that we're going to be subject to whatever the AI models are, and all of the data doesn't belong to us, and they can censor the output and then they can share our data. That doesn't have to be the way AI goes. In the same way, it doesn't have to be the way digital currencies go. There really is an optimistic case for this, and we need to start pursuing it and educating other people on it, because I think it will. AI helps me. It helps me think better. It helps me research better. It helps me learn about myself. It actually does help in ways that, well, I'll describe over the continuing series of podcasts. But I thought you'd get a kick out of that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love this stuff. I mean, obviously, it's there's a lot of different people that I listen to, and it's most of the people I listen to, I kind of like their form. It's not repugnant to me, but to be able to choose how you receive your information, it probably makes it much more impactful when you receive it. If it's whatever avatar you create for these things, whether you like Hitchens a lot, and I mentioned Paul Harvey, would be interesting last week, and one of the things I was wondering, I saw that you're uploading all of Mark Passio's works to train an AI or something like that. I find that fascinating, and I think that's awesome. I was thinking about, I've been listening to Bill Cooper for about 15 years now. Do you know who Bill Cooper is?
Absolutely.
William Cooper?
Absolutely.
Behold the Pale Horse. Yeah.
Yep.
It would be great if you could train an AI on that too, as well. Wherever you're putting Passio's stuff.
Passio's that's in there. That's in Passio. It's not Passio's stuff. It's his arc, which is if you've ever heard his show, you can get this. He'll send you if you give him a blank hard drive, he will give you all of this information that he's collected for like 17 years or more. He's actually collected it for longer than that. It's like terabytes of information. It's like 8,000 books. It includes Cooper. And the hardest part is for me to give an interface so that you even know what's there, to even know what to ask questions. Because as I went through and started watching and reading this wonderful selection of information that Mark made available for people, it's like, God, how do you even pick which out of 8,000 books you're going to read?
I know. You got to get the chip, man. You got to get the Neuralink so you can just download it into your brain.
well, I don't know about that, but yeah. So it's already done with the books. So I've already processed 417 million words. We can access it right now. In fact, you know what? Let's test it, because I haven't actually tested this. So this is probably going to fail horribly. But here's what I'm going to pop up here. Let's go to book chat, And let's pick ARC Books. I don't know if I've connected this yet or not, but we'll find out. So if it were Cooper, give me a question. I'm not entirely sure Cooper's in there, but I bet Cooper's in there. Give me a question related to Cooper that you would want to see.
Okay. Related to Cooper, what is our common bond? Is that too general?
No, well, we'll see. We'll see how good the system is. And by the way, this is the other point of the system. You have to train it. You have to tweak it. But you're responsible for it. So it's like, okay, what information do I want? What information sources do I want? And then I have to test to see if it works properly, right? This is part of the deal. As per Bill Cooper, what is our bond?
What is our common bond?
What is our common bond? All right, let me try to get a neutral response out of that. So we'll go with our Walter Cronkite answer. We'll go with a short response. I'll pick it audio only. Of course, I could do text too. I will build text into this just in case as we're doing this, people don't want to wait for the avatar. So I just wanted to do the avatar kind of as a novelty while we're accelerating all this stuff. But let's see what this comes back with. Oh, it failed. There we go. All right. Well, keep talking. I'll fix this behind the scenes as we're.
Okay. So I don't know. Where do you want to go next? Do you want to do something with a question, or do you would just continue the conversation here? Or
yeah, we just continue the chat.
Yeah, there's a major speech that Bill Cooper did in Lansing, Michigan in 1996. It was kind of like a watershed speech. It's very well known. And he talks about our common bond. And I'm just wondering if it will pick that out. It's not his book, it's a speech. But I'm sure that would be on Passio's ARC.
Okay.
And that's why I came up with that. I'm a big fan. I've been, like I said, he was one of the first people that I listened to besides Ron Paul and Alex Jones. And I was actually much more intrigued about, from Bill Cooper, because he goes right back to the very beginning of time and the control mechanisms that were put in place right from like pretty much the beginning of time, and the secret societies and, how they were developed and how they branched out and what they believe and, what their plans are. He actually practically predicted 9/11 in May of 2001. And then in November of 2001, he was shot on his doorstep by agents of the state, basically murdered.
Yep, common theme.
But he does a whole series. It's like it's 40 shortwave radio broadcasts on it's called the Mystery Babylon series. It's 53 different broadcasts. They're about an hour each. And he starts right from, like I said, the beginning of time. He uses the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey and the very beginning of that, and he uses that as a springboard to go into this series. It's like the beginning of the movie where you have like a bunch of primates, and they're kind of getting along peacefully, but then they start kind of bickering over food supply and things like this, and then they touch this monolith, and then all of a sudden they find a bone, and they realize that this could be used as a weapon, and it's just it's pretty wild. I mean, he talks about a lot of the esoteric symbology in movies and stuff like that, and in music. It's very, very interesting, fascinating stuff.
It is. I think I've watched. I've listened on YouTube to some of those, and if it's not in there, I'll make sure it gets indexed. Or actually, he might even have the videos. So the videos are going to take. I'm on video 517 of 4,666.
That's a lot of information.
So it actually goes through and takes the video and then it decodes the audio and puts it into text. So that part. So eventually we're going to have all of that, but I believe but the text part is already done. So if I can get this, let me see if we can get this going here. I will figure this out while we're on this chat. It might take me a little bit. What does Bill Cooper say about our common bond? Now, by the way, I wasn't realizing I was going to test this because this was something that I've just started working on.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's fine. I'm all for impromptu, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. That's fine. I know probably next time we get on, you'll have something. Because that's just how you are. You're like a pit bull with this kind of stuff. You don't let go. Again, going through this Mark stuff, I've watched, I don't even know how many, but so many videos, and I've listened to so many of the audio clips and read a couple of the books. It's like, how do you even begin to approach this? Now, of course, you have to know enough to even be able to ask the questions, and so this is another part of this. But then there's kind of like, okay, if you have all of this, if you have these 8,000 books and you ask questions, and the database is going to find connections that you might not have made. It might connect Bill Cooper to some other obscure thing or to some other occult thing that no one's thought of before, and it'll spit back information. It's like, oh, that's interesting. So I am, let me. Yes. So he started like in the 80s, just doing like lectures, like traveling around doing lectures. And then in the early 90s, I think it was like 1992, he started a shortwave radio broadcast, and he was covering current events and doing things like, the deep dive into the Mystery Babylon. But, he covered like, the Oklahoma City bombing as it was happening, and the trial was happening and stuff like this. He was covering the, the Branch Davidian complex as it was, being basically bulldozed, and all those people were being killed there. He all of these things that were going on in the 90s, he was covering them and giving analysis. It's really great because, it's recent history. It's things that we often forget, but, it helps you to grab puzzle pieces and put them into the puzzle and start to see the bigger picture, Yep. And if we kind of, if we can kind of understand the past, I think it really does help us to see where we're going in the future. And a lot of the things that we're like, you're talking about now, he was talking about them all in the 90s. Yep. Transhumanism, the school shootings that they were going to increase until, they, until the government gets our guns, they want us to, cry out for mercy and take our guns, all these things that are happening these days, it's amazing, very prophetic. And I don't think he was like a spiritual prophet. I just think he had a lot of information and was good at analysis and was able to read the room, basically.
Well, that's the thing with these tools. And I mentioned that I put together technocracyatlas.com. And the whole point behind that is for us to have a database, first and foremost, of all of the information about technocracy, but then to build what's called a graph database. This is where you can see how everything is connected, how people are connected, how money and themes and ideas are connected. This is how we can map this out. We can all map this out together, make that information available publicly for anybody to be able to look at, and then to be able to judge, you'll be able to rate how accurate this is, so that it's not the realm of conspiracy theories. This is us open sourcing the truth. And in the realm of the occult, most of this information, occult means hidden, right? So most of this information has been hidden. Well, now, what if we take all of this information and make it public, and then allow everybody else to contribute to it, and then who knows what kind of connections are going to be made. But I think that the transparency of it and getting all that information out is a game changer, because I think truth is the way out. And so you're right. Cooper put together, he connected the dots in ways that other people were not, and he was way ahead of his time, for sure.
Do you think there may be a problem with the question, or do you think it's an issue with just, more refinement has to be done on the back end?
It isn't the question at all. It's a problem. I'm trying to get one computer to talk to another computer, and the computer can't see the computer. So it doesn't matter what question is at this point. All questions are down right now. So it's not your question at all.
So instead of putting it in the form of a question, I'll just talk about it. One of the things that Bill Cooper often talked about, and Mark Passio does this too. He has this seminar that he does for free every autumn. I think he starts it, and it goes into the new year. It's called How to Be the Real Media. One of the things that Bill Cooper promoted was getting your own press to get information out. And I just use social media and connections, networking, things that I have to try to get information out that I get. I'm not really a big researcher or anything like that, but I take the research of other people and I spread it around as much as I can. And I think it's great what you're doing is you're creating a big bank of information. Basically, it's like a free press. That you have the freedom of the press, you're using the press, and you're getting the information out there. Hopefully people will have an appetite for it and will consume it and then apply, what they've learned to their circumstances and all of our circumstances collectively.
That is the hope. And the biggest step in all of this is for people to acknowledge that they have free will and responsibility for their own thoughts, actions, and emotions. That's the starting point for all of this. And if people don't do that, then all of this is a waste of time, regardless of what the technology is, whether the technology is there to, empower us or to enslave us. If people are unwilling to assert their free will, then it doesn't really matter. So that's the critical part. And I hope more people will do it. I do think we have to inspire people more and show them. There are a lot of people that have adopted a defeatist attitude that has said, well, we're welcoming our robot overlords. Or I've seen people say, well, technocracy is going to win no matter what. I guess I'm happy it's, Peter Thiel and not Bill Gates. Well, what a horrible defeatist attitude that is. We don't have to accept technocracy at all. But a lot of people are following into that trap. But one way out of that is to show people that there is an actual future that's not just defense, right? It's not just hiding. It's not just fear. It's actually creating and growing our way out as opposed to fear and cowering. And that's so hopefully, because of what people like Mike Adams are doing, and actually for Passio for putting together information like this and everything else, it's there, man. There are people that have been doing it. It's just now starting to get the word out and to start to make these things as easy to use as possible so that there is no technical barrier. That to me is the key. That's why I show these avatars, because I want to build a system where it's like, okay, you don't have to, ultimately it needs to be a system where you don't have to know anything about computers to use it. The part that you will have to know is you will have to have the intent to want to take control of your own life. And then doing that is even going to be about using discernment to figure out which information you're pulling from. And it requires a lot of self-investigation, right? I mean, to even say, okay, well, why am I listening to this information? Why am I watching this podcast? Why am I watching TV? Why am I engaged in any of this? You have to be conscious to a degree, to a huge degree, to be able to even know what questions to start to ask. I don't know how we kickstart that. That's that's the most critical part. And then if we do that, then we can make the tools and the technology easy enough that it's that knowledge of computers isn't the barrier. That can happen. That will happen. Because if you can just talk to it, then you don't have to know about databases or AI.
Yeah, and I mean, oftentimes I find myself reacting, passive and then reacting, and then, the thing is, we have to be proactive, right? I mean, rather than just responding to our environment all the time, we have to be proactive. And I appreciate the fact that you're being proactive. It's a good example to me. And oftentimes I feel like I'm just like a beggar pointing to bread. Like, here's bread, here's food to consume, food for your mind, consume it, apply it, oftentimes I feel like I don't have the resources that I need to do the kind of things that like you or Mark Passio does. But, I try to do the best I can with what I have, the time that I have. I mean, when I'm working, I always have something going in the background and I'm engaged with it, a lot of mindless tasks that I do, whether I'm splitting wood or I'm creating a quote or I'm filing things at work or whatever, I'm constantly listening to stuff, consuming information and trying to disseminate it to other people. But this will make it a lot easier and also probably a lot more palatable to folks and accessible. So I appreciate that. And it's inspiring and it's kind of exciting. And I look forward to seeing where it all goes.
Yeah, no, me too. And again, I just started working on this Passio thing last night, and then I'm like, wow, I'd already processed all the books, and then I wrote a program to figure out how to maximize both of my computers to process the information as quickly as possible. So then I spent like 5 hours on that, and so now I'm like, oh wow, I could use this for anything. So now I'm like, what other kind of information do we need to get in our possession so that we can have it in a database that we can have in our own, self-custody database, right? That this is a thing now. I believe this is important. I think that's important to AI and all this other stuff. So in any event, this is, all right, says it's going to work now. Let's see. I don't know what kind of problems I'm running into. Nope. All right. Well, we'll keep going. I'll keep answering questions old school.
Yeah, you have a question I see in the chat here about how many doctors have fled to the US. Maybe you answered that already.
Yeah, well, I'll get the stats, but it's a large and increasing number. But the question is, I'll dig up that stat, but it's growing, and I know there was a follow-up question that he had about. Do these doctors in those countries not have plenty of local patients that can afford them? Do some of them prefer to cater to people from rich countries? So in essence, what's happened, so let's use this as an example, this case that the doctor in India, whose practice is seeing whatever it is, 30 or 300, I can't remember, doing the complex bypass surgeries every day. Most of the doctors there were trained at Harvard and Johns Hopkins. So essentially, here's the deal. If you are a doctor and you actually are concerned about improving the lives of people, it's working within the United States healthcare system is like being in a prison, because you have to follow the defined standard of care. And if you don't define the standards that have been essentially drafted by Big Pharma, then you can get sued. It can impact your medical malpractice insurance. It can impact whether or not you're even allowed to access the hospital facilities to do the surgeries and everything else. And so if you're a really top doctor and you are concerned about patients, you're looking at this saying, I'm not doing anybody any good here. All I am now, so from a Passio's perspective, I'm an order follower. In fact, I'm literally boycotting my own morality. I'm not making decisions about what's right or wrong, about what I know about the world. I'm not applying what I know about science in the manner in which I intended to, and I'm doing it for a paycheck, and I've become an order follower. And so a lot of these doctors that have, the intentions of wanting to cure people are like, you know what, I can't on moral grounds do this. So certainly then they will go to a place where they can practice medicine. I actually saw this guy, Brian Rommel, who I follow on X, brilliant guy. He's been involved in AI, and I don't even know his full background. He's got like 400,000 followers. He has some of the most interesting content on X, and he played this $1 Million Hospital, I believe it was. It was from the 1960s starring Will Shatner, and it was about a doctor basically making a decision to treat patients, to even back then to kind of break out of the system and to go back to, the Hippocratic Oath and some of these concepts that are nowhere near a hospital today. So from the research that I've done, a lot of these doctors are people. Now, they weren't necessarily U.S. citizens. Some of these were people from foreign countries that came to the United States to go to medical school and then went back to either their home country or went to a different country to practice medicine. And so the question was, do they not have plenty of local patients? Well, they treat local patients. So that place in Thailand, I think over half of the patients that they serve are international, but they do still serve people in their local area. That place that was called Molar City, where they have, whatever it was, 5,400 people, but 350 dentists. It's the highest per capita concentration of dentists anywhere on Earth. Clearly, in that case, they went there specifically to form a medical tourism destination to be able to treat people from all over the world, because you don't need 350 dentists for 5,400 people. So obviously there's a mix and match of motivation. Some of it is economically based. Thailand, coming out of the Asian crisis, needed to diversify economics. So there's a whole variety of different motivations. But I think one of the big parts of it is if you actually talk to good doctors here, and I've talked to them, a lot of people at the Brownstone Institution, people that got canceled because they decided to prescribe ivermectin, or people that went outside of the standard of care, those people that lost their jobs and lost their livelihoods and were ostracized by their friends and family, those people will tell you what it's like inside the actual healthcare system today. It's turned into complete and total drudgery. So it's not just about economics. It's also, there's a huge moral component to why a doctor would leave the U.S. and engage in this elsewhere.
Yeah, and I'm sure if you're not shackled down by all the regulations and all of the eating out of the fruits of your labor, you probably, as a doctor, you might have the autonomy and the ability to provide some charity too in your work. I don't know. I'm being presumptuous there. I'm just speculating, but I know I would do more charity if I had more resources, but I don't. So, it's very difficult to do charity when you're hunkered down with all of these all this taxation and regulations and everything that you have to deal with in this system.
Yep, absolutely. So I am still working on this. Dan O'Neill said he was going to pop in. So Dan, look forward to seeing you. I haven't seen Dan on here for a while, so I'm missing Dan. So while that's going on, I am determined to fix this. I have no idea. The whole thing kind of collapsed on me. It has nothing to do with your question. I have no idea what's going on here. This is the problem when you have 8 things going on at the same time. But anyway, so Clarence, that's my view on that. Let me see. We have some other.
Well, you're just trying something out. You just crammed all this stuff into your AI, I guess today, right? Or very recently. So you haven't even gotten a chance to play with it. We're just playing with it real time right now.
Indeed. So Ed says, I received an emergency AI call today from a hospital I've gone to. It was about getting a flu shot. The AI voice literally said, "This is an emergency medical call." Good God. Wow. So this is how the U.S. healthcare system is choosing to use AI, not to figure out how to help you with your healthcare. And then I talked about this a couple of episodes ago, or no, it was on the Technocracy Roundtable. So the AMA, the whole approach of the American Medical Association is when you study the history of medicine, the American Medical Association was created to kill homeopathy and to reduce the number of doctors to increase fees. This is actually why the American Medical Association existed, and they were successful at killing off homeopathy. So they view AI as a threat. So of course their approach to AI is, well, we need AI to be a tool that assists doctors. It's about assisting doctors. It's not about assisting patients or consumers. Their entire outlook is, what does this do for the salaries of our membership? So you have to understand this about the AMA and even these other groups, the American Diabetes Association, the American Heart Association. When you look into the history of these organizations and what they do, they're not about, the American Medical Association is not about improving medical care. The American Heart Association is not about helping people's hearts. It's about maintaining the livelihood of people that are in that industry. And it's a shame.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, it looks to me like they just want to capture it, co-opt it, and gate it so they can gatekeep it. And, it's only for use by the doctors. It can't be used by the common person.
Yep. All right, let me try something else. Let me see what Mike Adams, let's see if I can access Mike Adams' database and see what it has to say about this topic. See, this is always a good way to test. So this is why the big kick that I'm right now is like, okay, well now we can figure out which data sources we want to access. And then in the future, it's like, okay, I'm going to ask a question. I want these 5. I'm going to check off the 5 different boxes that I want to use to get the information from, right? So this needs to be made easy, not the setup that I have right here, right now. But ultimately, people will work. I'll work to make this kind of thing easy so that people can just click a button, or it's about changing a few settings, and now you have your own custom library that you have access to.
I'm gonna pause my video for a little bit, Aaron. I have to tend to my I have to fill my belly, but I'm gonna continue to listen, and I'll speak up if I have anything to add.
Good. All right. Awesome.
Excuse me, just a moment.
All right. All right. What did Bill Cooper's common bond? All right. I'll run this again. Oh, hold on. That was encouraging. Analyzing question and generating a response. All right, we may be onto something here. Let me see what happens. So if anyone else wants to join, just check the chat. There's a link to StreamYard if you want to hop into the live chat. I will continue to answer questions. There are more questions. Just bear with me. I am trying to get this stuff fixed here in the background so that we can get some answers to these, to Stephen's question about Bill Cooper. So we're making some progress there. So hopefully something is coming up there. All right, let me see here. There is definitely a herring cloud of inevitability that hovers over this reset. I just feel we are vastly outnumbered by those who are ignorant, indoctrinated, and are psychologically subverted. Look, so the way that I look at this is that, I mean, look, we've all been programmed one way or another, and some of us woke up. People woke up early because they were targeted early or had a bad experience. The only reason that I've known about this stuff for a long time is from my own experiences with the government, and so everybody is capable of waking up. And I don't judge the fact that...
Good evening.
Here we go. Hold on.
What we know is this. Bill Cooper, who died in 2001, was an independent researcher who dedicated his life to investigating what he saw as fundamental truths about human connection. The facts are these. First, Cooper documented what science confirms, that all human beings share 99.9% of their genetic material. He called this our biological unity, a fact that makes divisions based on race scientifically unfounded. Second, he reported on consciousness itself. Cooper pointed to documented cases of telepathy, remote viewing, and near-death experiences as evidence that human beings are connected beyond the physical realm. He believed this universal bond has been overlooked by conventional science. And finally, natural law. Cooper observed that all people, regardless of origin, possess an innate understanding of justice and truth. He saw this moral compass as humanity's common inheritance, one that transcends governments and institutions. And that's the way it is with Bill Cooper's vision of human unity.
How'd we do on that, Stephen? Was that accurate?
That was actually a very broad stroke of his work, of the sum of his works. I was kind of thinking that he might that it might come with the quote from the Lansing, Michigan lecture, which he said, he asked the audience, "What is our common bond?" And our common bond is freedom. Because if you don't have freedom, you can't practice your religion, whether you're a Christian or a Buddhist or an atheist or a Muslim or a Jew. You can't have a donut shop or a bagel shop or do your business or be a doctor without being molested by regulations and having the fruits of your labor eaten from you. So our common bond, he said, was freedom. That's our common bond. And he went on to expound on that and say, if you're willing to use the state to basically take the freedom from other people, then you're taking that same freedom from yourself.
Got it.
But that's actually a much more expounded answer than I was hoping for. So and he went into some of the things that that Cooper did earlier on in the 80s, and he moved on from some of that stuff to more of the principles of thinking freely and being independent, and the principles of freedom, how you interact with other people. You have to allow other people to be free in order to be free yourself.
Well, my guess is because this is only based on the books and has not gotten through much of the audio or video, that it probably doesn't have that information. So whatever we're accessing is what is in written form.
It's what's available at the moment. Yeah.
So we'll see as this evolves, and certainly if I might not have, this may take 20 days to get all this data in here at the rate that it's going. I would say, maybe 20 days to get all of this ARC loaded. So we'll keep testing it on this question. That'll be a good thing. Remind me next time we have a podcast. I'll search the same question and see if we get any new data on it.
That's great. I'd be happy to do that.
Yep. So anyway, back to Ed's question. Yeah, I just assume people get it at their own rate, but I think people do have free will. The only question with this is, and a lot of times the frustration is like, okay, I can get frustrated because people are making the same mistake that I made 8 years ago. Well, I was making it 8 years ago. The only issue with it is that on the one hand, people need to learn on their own. On the other hand, we don't have enough time. It's one of those things where watching people that are getting involved in the political process for the first time because of COVID, thinking that they're going to be able to vote their way out. I'm like, okay, well, we've been there. We've done that. That's not going to work. And we don't have a lot of time for you to make all of the same mistakes all over again when we're looking at a situation where we've got, Real ID and backdoor CBDCs and Palantir AI surveillance and Project Stargate. We don't have, or Operation Stargate, whatever it is. We don't have time for the learning curve. So the question is, how do you communicate that information without looking like you're wearing a tinfoil hat, or communicate the information knowing that people don't want to hear the information? Like, people don't want to understand how voting actually works or how these systems actually work. And I say this as from the standpoint of, I haven't figured out how to do this. I try to do this. I'm going to try to lay out more. I don't want to spend too much time on the political process, but I do want to kind of lay out a final case so that I don't have to spend a lot more time on it, and something I can refer people to. But the whole shooting match is people, it's all, this is an individual job. This isn't something that's going to be done by a white knight or by a political process. This is about every individual taking back their free will. And so the sooner we can get that message out, the better we're going to be for all of this.
Yeah, I mean, we're here because, my wife sent me 2 articles today. One was, I live in northwestern New Jersey, in Sussex County, and the next county over, in Morris County, a town called Dover, New Jersey. I don't know if you've heard of it before, but they're actually implementing facial ID cameras, face recognition cameras in all the municipalities and the parks and things like that, and they want to expand it into the downtown area to as a force multiplier for their current police force, because what they're saying is, they're understaffed, and this will be a force multiplier for them. And the other thing that she sent me was a clip about Walmart, where they have these digital price tags on the shelf, and basically the prices change as the customer walks up to the shelf in accordance with whatever their social credit score is. So they pick up on the digital ID, I guess, in the phone, and it automatically changes the price in accordance to whether you were a good boy or a bad boy. Or whatever your social status is, or whatever it is. I mean, really eerie stuff. We're on the brink of all this stuff, and people do need to be aware of it, because once it's in place, it'll be difficult to deal with. I don't even think there's any stopping it, but the thing is being able to see the evil day and know how to deal with it and navigate around it.
Yeah, the key. So for my, all hold on,
ladies and gentlemen, what we're witnessing here is not.
All right, this is what was clogging everything up. So it takes forever for these videos. Now, when I show you this, I'm working on this interactive debate, and it's a long story, but I'm kind of like, I'm trying to design a series of characters to participate in the debate, where the purpose of it is to get the best outcome, meaning where you're representing a wide spectrum of views, where people can watch the debate and come out of it with different opinions, where it's not about, you could configure the debate to be like, have this guy crush this guy. So I'm creating these avatars that are like combinations of people. So I'm like, well, what if you had as one character Socrates, content or way of approaching problems, but with Christopher Hitchens' delivery. So I created this avatar that's kind of a blend of the two. So let me play this clip and see what you think.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we're witnessing here is not merely economic arbitrage. It's a moral indictment of unprecedented scale. The American medical establishment has achieved what no totalitarian regime ever could. They've made illness itself a form of financial execution. Consider the exquisite cruelty of it. You develop cancer through no fault of your own, and the system designed to heal you instead liquidates 3 generations of accumulated wealth. They hold your mortality hostage and demand your children's college funds as ransom. This isn't healthcare. It's a hostage negotiation where they own both the disease and the cure. The FDA, that great guardian of public health, raids clinics offering GC-MAF while 600,000 Americans die of cancer annually. They ban treatments with 76% success rates while approving chemotherapy drugs that extend life by a median of 2.1 months for $100,000. This isn't incompetence, my friends. This is deliberate suppression of competition disguised as safety regulation. Every American who boards a plane for surgery abroad is committing an act of civil disobedience. They're refusing to participate in their own financial execution. And the beautiful irony, they're getting superior care from American-trained doctors who fled the same corrupt system.
There you go.
I was listening to a bit from Dan Dix earlier today, and he said, you know, in Canada they have instances, and he's got documented. He shows the videos of the legislators discussing this, the occurrences of this, where basically you go in for some kind of malady, whether it's depression or, you know, whatever it is, cancer. That one of the options they're giving you now is, do you just want the final solution to end it all? You have so many medical bills, and you know you're a drag on your family and your society, and you know, do you just want to end it all? We can make that happen for you.
Yeah, the MAID program. So the first chapter of my book, The Final Countdown, actually talks about that, what the future looks like when you have a centrally controlled digital currency and social credit system. And I actually paint this fictional story of a family that where in this future you have a family score where one family member's actions affect the other. And in this, the husband actually decided to take the effectively the MAID program, assisted suicide, for the benefit of his family's social credit score. And so anyway, it's a really dark first chapter. And then you read it, it's like, oh my God, this is horrible. And then the next chapter is like, everything that I just put in the first chapter exists in some form in the world today. Canada's MAID program, Medical Assistance in Dying program, is a travesty. It's now the second leading cause of death, I believe, in Canada. Canada is one of the largest providers of organs for organ donation because of the MAID program. And they've gotten to the point where there have been people that have called, you know, like a guy in his 20s who's depressed because he can't get a girlfriend, and it's been recommended to do assisted suicide. There was a woman who was a quadriplegic, but who was an athlete and was an Olympian, and she lost her limbs in the military, and she requested that the Canadian government provide a wheelchair ramp, and they wrote her back and said, "I'm sorry, the best we can do is the MAID program." And they keep changing the goalposts about, you know, it used to be you had to wait 10 days. You had to meet with a doctor, somebody with certain qualifications, and you had to wait 10 days before going through with it. Then they've moved it down. Now I don't think it's a doctor. You can, you know, meet, nurse practitioner, whatever. It's a different layer of a person that you have to meet with. They're getting rid of the 10-day period. And this is the consequence of having government centrally controlled healthcare. And what happens when you had the COVID devastation caused by government lockdowns. You can go on YouTube, because when I was researching that chapter for my book, I found examples of people who were opting for the MAID program because they were living in crushing poverty caused by the lockdowns, and they could no longer find an apartment or a place to live in Toronto, and they decided that it was better to end their life. And when you go to YouTube and you look at MAID, you can watch the commercials that they have for this. They try to make it look like, you know, I mean, they're selling it like it's a spa experience. I mean, you know, Canada, where the treatment options are like being in a prison, where it's just this awful, dreadful experience, they make the MAID program look like medical tourism. They make it look like, oh, butterflies, and, you know, it's a great experience and everybody's happy about this decision. I mean, it's just, it's grotesque watching the propaganda. So that is where all of this is going. And by the way, the AI algorithms here, once you understand, when you look at the United States and people talk about we have $38 trillion in debt now, that pales in comparison to the amount of unfunded liabilities from Medicare and Medicaid. That is the single largest portion of our actual financial crisis. It's not the debt, it's the medical liabilities that are accruing. Well, when your government is the largest healthcare provider and they're setting all the terms and they're adding AI, and Kennedy's out there talking about everybody having to wear wearables, how long before that becomes the MAID program?
Yeah, I guess it becomes like a, you know, cost benefit analysis, and what's the return on investment of keeping you on this earth?
And they figure, and they have formulas for that. So they have people, bioestheticians. No, there's a whole quality adjusted life units. They have an entire model for determining what a human life is worth based on your age and based on the quality adjusted life years that you have left and everything else. So yes, they will be making decisions. They already have the algorithms. They have the algorithms today. This is big. So like when I say public health is a death cult, study how public health works. Study how bioethics works. Look at what they say in conferences. Read their academic papers. This is what they're doing. This is what what's his name, Ezekiel Emanuel, when they were putting together Obamacare. These are the kinds of conversations they were having. They never stopped. This is the nature of public health. It's a bunch of scientists who think that they're smarter than us, and they're the only ones that can centrally decide who lives and who dies. And they believe that they're on a positive mission to do it because based on their formula, they believe in this kind of utilitarian principle that they've figured out based on their formula what's the best overall for humanity. Well, that already exists. You couple that with AI, and then what you get is the MAID program. And this is where you get the culling. The culling isn't necessarily going to be, this like kind of mass extermination event. It's the subtle, gradual shift in determining who can win, who can live, and who cannot. That over a generation or two, all of a sudden you've had a material impact on the population of the country or the world in this case, which is how these things are being rolled out.
They don't need the chattel cars. They don't need to strap you into the chattel cars and move you to a central location where everybody gets gassed or, shot and thrown in a ditch. Basically, they have you tracked and traced, and they know all the information about you, so they can just send you to your local place and take people out one by one.
Yep, that's exactly right. So I'm going to.
That's chilling. It's really chilling.
It's chilling, but it's real and it's now, right? This is why I put this chapter in the book. I put the chapter in the book to warn people that this is 2030. This plan that I announced, when you're talking about digital IDs, and it doesn't start in 2030. It's implemented fully in 2030. So in other words, right now, these digital IDs are being rolled out. 3 billion people, 17 countries signed into law digital IDs, which will be in place in next year or early 2017. Mexico will have a biometric digital ID tied to a QR code enforced by employers, Q1 of next year. We have Real ID, which is digital in 11 states, 20 more states by the end of this year. And then you look at what's going on with CBDCs and stablecoins, which are backdoor CBDCs. This is not going to happen in 2030. It will be finished by 2030. The urgency is significantly more than people are actually giving it credit. So this is why we've got to be exiting these tools. And to your point, well, how do you move around it? The best way to move around it, the reason that I ended up focusing first on CBDCs is, as long as you have a medium of exchange that you can engage and trade with people outside of their system, that is a foundational thing to have. It's not the only thing that you need, but if enough people stop using their money, that's when their system will crumble, because their system requires nearly 100% compliance. So we can win, but there's too much complacency or lack of information or lack of knowledge. But that can change. Again, people do have free will, and it's just a matter of can we wake up enough people quickly enough, and that's the task at hand, in my opinion. By the way, we're about to hear, and I'm going to turn this off on this other screen so we don't hear it coming at two different times. I'm going to find out what Mike Adams' database says about Will Cooper and our common bond. We'll see if he indexed the Lansing speech or not. So we'll give it another go. Again, this is helpful, right? This is a good way, and we'll keep doing this. This is training for me. I mean, when we do these and people ask questions, they sometimes that we don't get the answer that we expect or whatever, and it's like, oh, okay, well, you got to tweak and tweak and tweak, and this is what training this stuff is all about. Do you have the right data? Are you pulling it?
Good evening.
Here we go.
Tonight, we examine the legacy of controversial radio host William Cooper and his theories about what he called humanity's common bond, a subject that continues to resonate in conspiracy circles nearly 23 years after his death. Cooper, who died in a shootout with Apache County Sheriff's deputies in November 2001, spent years broadcasting his beliefs about secret societies and their alleged control over world events. According to his writings and radio broadcasts, Cooper believed that all of humanity shared a common bond through what he described as ancient mystery religions and their modern incarnations. In his most famous work, Behold a Pale Horse, Cooper argued that secret societies throughout history have manipulated this shared human connection for their own purposes. He claimed these groups understood that humanity's common bond was our collective search for meaning and spiritual truth, something he believed was being exploited by what he called the illuminated ones. Cooper's theories centered on the idea that powerful elites used symbols, rituals, and hidden knowledge to control populations who unknowingly shared these ancient spiritual connections. He frequently stated on his radio program that recognizing this common bond was the first step toward what he termed breaking the chains of mental slavery. While mainstream historians and scholars have thoroughly debunked Cooper's conspiracy theories, his ideas about humanity's shared spiritual heritage continue to influence alternative media and conspiracy movements today. His notion that we're all connected through ancient wisdom, albeit manipulated by shadowy forces, remains a cornerstone belief among his followers. Cooper's interpretation of our common bond, though wrapped in conspiracy theories, touched on universal human themes of connection, spirituality, and the search for truth that transcend his more controversial claims. And that's the way it is this evening as we reflect on the enduring influence of unconventional voices in American discourse.
All right, so I just pulled up Enoch on my computer directly, not through this. So this was filtered. So what happened here, in the process of taking the information from Enoch and putting it into a Walter Cronkite format, it added all that conspiracy stuff. That's not Enoch's database. Just so that you know. And this is one of the problems with. So this is why I need to refine how Claude is to interpret the information, to put it in the tone. Because if the tone is supposed to be, because I've had this before with Hitchens. Well, Hitchens is very critical of things, and he's an atheist, and he has a whole bunch of views. And sometimes it interprets the tone. It blurs the line between tone and content. So I need to address. So we need to address that. I'm going to try one more thing though on this, just because, why not? Let's see.
So I have a question while you're working on that. So is it because of the avatar that was created that the avatar kind of sees the information through the avatar's lens, like what Walter Cronkite, how he would view things from his perspective and expound on them? Is that what we're seeing there?
Well, you know what? I unfortunately I can't see how I might have run the wrong. You know what? So my apologies. I ran this through Perplexity, not through Enoch. So I've got a whole bunch of different ways to get the information. Even when we're doing this podcast, I can select, do I want a news bulletin? If it's news bulletin, it comes from the Cronkite character, but I actually picked but the news bulletin pulls from Perplexity. So we didn't get the right thing here. Let me try this. All right, here we go. We're going to get a lot of different views on Bill Cooper's view of our common bond. All right, this should give us different answer, and we'll be able to pinpoint what the filter is here. So we'll get a different voice, and we'll get a different data source on this. But yeah, so if you notice that the way that the Cronkite character does it does it as a news bulletin. So it says at the beginning, and it uses the mannerisms and everything else. And so to the extent that people could argue that Cronkite was balanced, it tries to give a balanced perspective, right? So it's going to say, well, here's the conspiracy part of it, but then here's what other people think. So he's trying to deliver it like a pseudo-neutral newscaster might. But we'll get to the bottom of it. And then I just need to instruct, and then we'll find out that I'm going to end up having to replace using Claude, even for the formatting. Even when you say just use the tone and style, not the views, it may go against that. So then I've got to bring in another model. And that's part of the learning experience here. So what we're going to get here, well, we'll see if we can detect, if you can detect the voice on this, or if the voice even works. This should be from Enoch in a different voice than Cronkite or Hitchens. And in a way that, a kind of voice that might take a more neutral tone on the issue. So we'll see. Stay tuned. It shouldn't be too long. But it's all good stuff with Bill Cooper here. And I see, so you guys see Utah digital IDs. I'm going to Utah tomorrow. If this is new news, you know what? I'll pull up a search bulletin on that. We'll see if I can get an avatar read on what's going on with Utah digital IDs as soon as we're done with this Bill Cooper piece. All right. Should be any second now. I mean, eventually I'll just train it to be me. And then at some point I'll do this podcast and no one will know that it's my avatar and not me. That's the goal. Hegel's notion, maybe we've got some other comments here. Hegel's notion of the cunning of reason. Is it possible saving grace? What appears to us as being devastating and irrational is the means that the world spirit uses in history to reach higher ends. It's an interesting point. Oh, look at that. There's Dan. Hey, Dan, how are you?
Hey, Aaron, how you doing tonight?
Doing well. How are you? Good to hear from you.
Yeah, great show. I've been watching, or actually listening when I was on my way home from work tonight.
Awesome. Well, we're about to hear what an avatar says about Bill Cooper and our common bond. So we're going to see if the third answer is more in line or not.
Oh, let me hear this.
All right. So I see we've got Barbara on as well, and so good. So
what if I told
here we
you
go.
that every human being on this planet shares a secret, a truth so profound, yet so carefully hidden that we've forgotten who we really are? Bill Cooper saw through the veil. This independent journalist, working under the name William Cooper from 1948 to 2001, discovered something extraordinary. He called it our common bond. Think about this. Over 99% of your DNA is identical to every other person on Earth. The businessman in Tokyo, the farmer in Kenya, the child in Peru. We are quite literally the same. But why don't we feel connected? Why do we see enemies where we should see family? Cooper believed he knew the answer. What if the divisions between us aren't natural at all? What if someone designed them that way? Consider the evidence. Throughout history, every empire has used the same playbook. Divide and conquer, create tribes, foster fear. The Romans did it. The British perfected it. And today we live it. But Cooper's vision went deeper still. Beyond our biological unity lies something even more profound. Could it be that we all share the same consciousness, the same spark of universal energy? Ancient wisdom traditions have whispered this truth for millennia. We are not separate beings struggling alone in the darkness. We are fragments of light from the same eternal flame. So why have we forgotten? Cooper documented a systematic erasure of our collective memory. Lost civilizations where humanity cooperated as one. Golden ages of unity deliberately scrubbed from the history books. What are they afraid we'll remember? Look around you. Every news story that makes you angry at your neighbor. Every border that tells you who belongs and who doesn't. Every conflict that profits from our division. Cooper saw these as weapons. Weapons aimed at our common bond. But here's where it gets interesting. What if recognizing our unity isn't just philosophy? What if it's the key to our freedom? Cooper believed that when humanity awakens to its true nature, when we see through the illusions that divide us, something remarkable happens. The systems of control lose their power. The puppet strings become visible. And we remember who we really are. One species, one consciousness, one destiny. The question is,
a bad place to get cut off, but there you go. So how's that for a different response?
I'm enjoying the variety. I think the primary source of that was his book, Behold a Pale Horse.
Yeah, my guess is we're not pulling from this Lansing thing anywhere. So
yeah, no, yeah, but it certainly is interesting to hear the variety of responses that we're getting from the different ways that you're mixing it up. I don't know what the difference is in what you're doing, but
so that was, and again, this is why all of this needs to be tweaked. Hey, all right, that's a little odd. All right, I was just getting a call. That was from Enoch. That was from Mike Adams' database, but the voice on that was Morgan Freeman, which was not a great dub. So for me, a lot of this is figuring out, again, that presentation layer. So how much of it is the cadence and the voice versus it's interjecting the views of what you might expect that person to say. And that a lot of this is trial and error. And eventually I'm going to use a different AI that I have on my own machine that I'll train on these voices and train on that layer of it as well. So this is where this all goes. So this is all information for me. This is all data for me. And it's like, how do you want the information presented? Somebody might want just dry information. No, it doesn't have to be using other people's voices either. You can pick whatever, make up a frequency or whatever. If you want it delivered just factually, do you want it delivered like a George Carlin style roast? This is where the personal choice comes into. How do you want your information presented? And I'm just experimenting with some of these things. There's a trial and error, but then part of it is a trial and error to do the simulated debate series too, because I'm going to be fascinated to see how that comes out. So True Keys asked, you guys see Utah's digital ID, and I didn't see anything new, so I'm asking our Perplexity news bulletin to inform us on what's going on with Utah's digital ID. Hopefully I won't experience it tomorrow and the rest of the week when I'm out there.
What is Perplexity news source?
Yeah, Perplexity AI is another AI that's that's useful for. So when I'm using different AIs, understand that if you're using ChatGPT or Anthropic, they're trained on data up to only a certain date, and then they don't have access to information beyond that point. So if there's ever a question that we need to get information that's real time, I have to use. Oh, here we go.
In Utah tonight, a new chapter in digital identity is being written as the state moves forward with an ambitious plan to give residents control over their personal information in the digital age. Utah has become the first state to endorse a comprehensive digital identity system that puts privacy at the forefront. According to state officials, the voluntary program, mandated by Senate Bill 260 passed earlier this year, will allow residents to store a government-issued digital ID in their mobile phones while maintaining complete control over their personal data. Christopher Bramwell, Utah's chief privacy officer, says the system uses decentralized storage technology that prevents government tracking or unauthorized access. Speaking at Identity Week America, Bramwell emphasized that users will decide when and how to share their identity information, addressing growing concerns about data breaches and identity theft. The new state-endorsed digital identity, or SEI, will complement Utah's existing mobile driver's license program, which has been operational since 2021. Senate Majority Leader Kirk Cullimore reports the digital ID can be used for government services and airport security, with strict legal frameworks ensuring its voluntary nature. Meanwhile, Utah is piloting an enhanced mobile driver's license that meets new international standards. Government Technology reports this pilot program aims for nationwide compatibility, potentially positioning Utah as a leader in digital identity innovation across both government and private sectors. In related developments, privacy advocates have praised Utah's approach to digital identity. The system's self-sovereign principles mean that unlike traditional identification methods, users' data isn't stored in centralized databases vulnerable to hackers. Instead, individuals maintain control through encrypted, decentralized storage on their own devices. Utah officials say the program represents a fundamental shift in how Americans might one day prove their identity, from physical cards in wallets to secure digital credentials in smartphones. And that's the way it is this December evening, 2025.
Yeah, sure it is.
Yeah. You tell me there ain't going to be back doors to that? Come on now.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not buying that. So clearly, there's nothing. So Perplexity is woke. Perplexity just what it's useful for is the way that it aggregates sources. So if you want to get a list of links on a topic real time, then Perplexity will give that to you. But clearly, that's not balanced. So the combination of Cronkite and Perplexity is not great. We're going to have to dig deeper. And by the way, what ends up happening, what I'm spending a lot of time doing is pulling information from different sources and different AIs and then running it through different other AIs. So in other words, right? So right here, Cronkite said, well, privacy activists, are cheering this on. Okay. I doubt that. So, I would take the information from Perplexity and then should actually run it and screen it through some other perspective. So if you're even going to try to get a balanced perspective, that is not a balanced perspective. I can't imagine seeing privacy activists being excited about the existence of a digital ID at all. So anyway, that's the interesting output. It is, I'll add more features in the future with drop-down boxes so that we can do a whole bunch of tests. We can do it side by side. We can say, let's see what Grok says. Let's see what Anthropic says. Let's see what all of these things say. Because I've got API keys for all of them. And then we can actually do a comparison. And that'll be telling for people to understand. But think about the different things that we got here already from just on the Bill Cooper thing and then on this. And it's actually pretty instructive to just show how which data you're pulling from determines one thing. And then that layer of how it's being presented is something completely different. And you can get completely different information. And that's how powerful this technology is. And that could either be a good thing or a bad thing. And this is why centralized systems are bad, because to only have one choice where a group of people are setting standards, think about the idea of they're working on like an AI constitution, international AI constitution. Imagine how horrible that is. Imagine the people that are going to be sitting around the table deciding what a single standard is going to be for what AI has to comply with. That's going to be a disaster. And even in this thing, it said, well, people were praising it because Utah is meeting international standards. Well, here's an important thing that to understand. All of this is global. All of this moves towards a single global system. That is what technocracy is. No one should be excited about participating in international standards. Already now, the EU is going to do biometric screening if you travel to Europe. So I'm not traveling to Europe anymore, right? They've added this. This is, part of what you were talking about with medical tourism. How are you going to deal with the fact that the UK is a hub? Yeah, you got to cut that part of it out. You got to find a different way to get to these places. But all of it's going global. And again, there's no outrage. Nobody's complaining about this. Like if this were Biden, people would be like, well, I can't believe that, Biden is letting Europe control what information is collected about American citizens. That's what people would be saying. They're not saying it now, because it's happening under Trump.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing too how Trump has everybody just under a spell. I mean, it's amazing that people just continue to trust him. You say anything that challenges him, and they totally defend him. I mean, I think there's an old saying. I forget who it was, maybe Mark Twain it was, said it's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled.
Yep,
and,
absolutely.
That's been my experience with all of this, trying to point out, what's going on right now.
That's one I wish we had. I wish we had Mark Twain audio. I wish we had his voice recorded somewhere and could sample that. Unfortunately, I just looked that up. We can't. That's not a thing. So, all right, let's see what we've got. Some more comments here. We have Mr. Aaron, does the Genius Act threaten FUSD's ability to be spent in retail stores in the U.S.? It doesn't. It doesn't currently. Although part of the Genius Act was a ban on or moratorium on algorithmic stablecoins. Fortunately, Freedom Dollar was launched before this 2-year moratorium. So, based on how it's structured right now, I would say, Freedom Dollar's got at least a 2-year window. But again, the goal here needs to be to get people to start taking these cryptocurrencies directly. So I love FUSD and the ZBEC MasterCard, and I use it all the time because it's a great interim step. But what we really want is people using these currencies directly without needing a debit card. That's that's where all the fun happens.
Yeah, true peer-to-peer transactions, private transactions. That's everybody's got to buy into that.
Yep, absolutely.
The question is how to get everybody to buy into that. I hate the idea that when I want to, like when I went on vacation, I hate the idea that, I had to trade crypto for a debit card. I would have just been fine, sending it, to whoever my providers are directly.
Yep.
I'm going to talk to my mechanic about this. I'm bringing my van for some work on Wednesday night. I don't know how technologically informed my mechanic is, but I'm going to start to talk to him about it because he likes to get paid in cash because then he doesn't have to pay taxes, right? So I'm going to, when I have a discussion with him, when I come to the counter and drop the van off, I'm going to be like, hey, are you familiar with cryptocurrency? Anything about it? What do you know about it? And just start the conversation, break the ice, hey, you can be totally untrackable and untraceable if you're using privacy coins, and just talk about it with them and see where it goes,
Yep.
I think that's what we have to do, really. I mean, to get people to buy in, all of our providers of our products and services, to talk to them about these things. I mean, it's harder when you're dealing with like the electric company or, some large organization that's part of the system. But this guy, my mechanic, he has nothing to do with any of that. He's not beholden to any system or anything like that, and he likes it that way. So
yeah, that's why I've often, started out with, if I get a haircut or something, I either use crypto. I remember one guy who I ran into him at the store, the guy that cut my hair, and he obviously remembered me because I gave him a gold back and some Zano as a tip. So like he came up to me at the grocery store, and so that's a good way to start. And even using a combination of these things, but this is why I think the Zbeck thing is a good interim step. Once people realize that they can, take the crypto, and if they need to use it in the fiat system, they can. It's a good bridge. But yeah, we have to do it. And the key areas are food and healthcare first, right? So start going to a local farmer, start doing medical tourism, because that's where they get us, right? Those are the chokehold points. And even energy, we should be trying to figure out how to do tokenized off-the-grid energy that people can buy. There are solutions for that too. You can even get into mesh networks and everything. You can get around their centralized control of the internet. You can get around the centralized control of energy. That again, we can build anything. We can build a whole bunch of decentralized systems here. Unfortunately, we've got to move a lot faster than we're moving, right? Like it's not great that we're just starting now. We should be at the point where we're rapidly onboarding people, and we're not. We're at the point where we're introducing it to people at the early part of the adoption curve.
Yeah, I'm planning to build solar into my my survival portfolio here on my property. I'm just going to build it myself. I'm not getting one of these deals that the government kickbacks or whatever, subsidized stuff. I'm just going to build a rack. I'm going to buy panels and batteries and stuff like that. Now I look at that as decentralized energy, but you're saying that we can actually access grid power through some decentralized method and get it. Like I only have one electric provider in my area. It's a co-op, Sussex Rural Electrical Co-op. I have to buy from them. There is no options. So you're saying that there's a way to secure energy from the grid in a decentralized manner?
No, there's not. That is something for your own house. Where you could do it though is for something like accessing compute power for AI. Right now, you actually have to physically be somewhere where you can get the power to you. Right? There's no you're not accessing it remotely. You need it locally, and of course, there's monopoly control at the local level on all of that. There are some states that have better laws than others. I think New Hampshire actually just passed something that allows you to do some of your own generation. There's some places that won't even allow you to generate your own energy. So I'm running no, I'm not. Thought I was. Let me see. What was the question? So twice I've heard Catherine Austin Fitz say they won't allow private crypto, for example, Zano. What do you think of this possibility? I love Catherine Austin Fitz, but the only way out of this is to not use fiat currency. And the point of Zano is that it cannot be stopped algorithmically. So if they won't allow it, they can ban it by law, but they can't stop it technically. And part of the issue that I have is I think it's a distraction, this movement that says use cash. Cash is a paper form of fiat currency. If you are using cash, you are supporting government tyranny. You are supporting technocracy. You are supporting the expansion of the AI surveillance state. So we're not going to comply our way out of technocracy. So using cash is not going to stop technocracy. We literally need to build and use alternatives that cannot be stopped, that are private and decentralized, period. So
yeah, if we're using cash or credit or USDC or CBDC or whatever it is, we're just feeding the beast, right? The idea is to starve the beast.
The idea is to starve the beast, and additionally, we need to get out of the fear of so much of what we're doing is Some of it is, well, if we stop what they're doing. What do you mean stop what they're doing? We have, the government controls healthcare. We don't have free speech. We have surveillance already. What do we think? We're going back to the golden age? What golden age? It's over. And so we can no longer be on defense. And we also shouldn't be in a position where we're like, all right, I'm going to be, you know, I've got my bug out bag and I'm going to get 10 people together and we're going to live in a, you know, we're going to live in a intentional community and like hide out in the woods. That's not going to work. Why don't we build a better future than we have now? And again, it's using, we can use the freedom aspects of these technologies, use privacy coins, use VPNs, use AI, that you can have self-custody in your own home, that you control the data source and the input and the output. Like we've got to get out of the fear and defense, and we've got to be on offense. And I would say coming at it from a position of creation and love as opposed to fear. And if we do that, that's the way out. And most of what we have, when I hear people say stuff like this, what is the strategy if you use cash? If you use cash, are we going to restore the Constitution? Like, we're not going to, there's no path to restoring the Constitution. There's no path to restoring, and there's no historical example of doing a turnaround of a nation or an empire that gets to the stage that we have. There's a cycle of creative destruction, and my whole argument is that we should rebuild from first principles, but we should stop denying reality and thinking that we are going to be able to fix this current situation. So I don't care what they intend to do. I intend to create better alternatives that they can't stop and get people to voluntarily engage in that and to create new and better things than they can create and enforce centrally. That's my opinion. And we all have free will and we have the capacity to do that.
Yeah, and we all know the game, right? The game is problem, reaction, solution, right? So they create the problem to, draw out the reaction so that people cry out for the solution that they already have planned. So the idea, I think, here is to create a competitive solution to the solution that they offer. So you take that and you turn it back on them. And you say, well, we have a better solution than that. But it's not like it's going to be a one-off thing. The infrastructure needs to be put in place, and the people need to buy in, and that's basically that's what it takes, is just getting people to buy in and putting the infrastructure in place. I think the infrastructure is pretty much there already. It's just getting people to buy in, right? I mean.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is about, so once you realize, and this is my journey on this in studying CBDCs, once you realize we already have a CBDC and that's already digital, and then, now people are already using predominantly digital currency, we don't have the hurdle that we would have had 13 years ago of convincing people to use digital money. They're already using digital money. They may not know they're using digital money or realize or think about the implications of it, but they are, right? People are already using Google Pay and Apple Pay and Zelle, and they're already paying their stuff through, they're getting direct deposit, they're paying their mortgages and bills. All of that is online. And so now it's just, the question is, are the tools that we have for crypto as easy to use? Are we competing? Are they easy enough to use? But we don't have to go through the barrier of convincing people that money will be digital. That's pretty transparent. And if you look at, just since I've been involved with Zano, which has been like only about a year and a half, right? We went from, when we did that workshop in New Jersey, we had 2 wallets. That was it. We had Cake Wallet, we had the Zano wallet. Now we've got Zano Bay, which is like an eBay version on Zano. We have Zanozon, which is like a retailer. We have FUSD. We have the ability to use Zano to make your Bitcoin and Ethereum private. We have a point of sale system where you can accept these cryptocurrencies now for your online store. 8 million merchants have access to that. This is just how technology works. And so now the ecosystem is built. The ecosystem is now built and ready for use. It's not speculative technology that we're trying to work the kinks out of. But it is difficult because the biggest difficulty that we have is that people don't understand that the actual fight that we have is against technocracy. People are caught up in this red versus blue. I had the mistake of turning on Alex Jones, who I believe is completely compromised at this point today. And I turned him on for a few minutes and he's like, oh, the American Civil War. And if the Democrats allow the shutdown to happen and food stamps aren't paid, then we're going to have an intentional civil war. And I blame Obama and Hillary Clinton. That is not the actual problem that we're facing right now. The problem that we're facing right now is that we have digital ID in 11 states, 20 more by the end of the year, that we've just allowed backdoor CBDCs through the Genius Act, that we're about to tokenize all of our stocks and bonds and turn over the control of that to BlackRock and the banks and third parties. That is the actual war that we have. And people are like, oh, what we're supposed to be. Now, even what's the premise on this? We're supposed to be upset that the government is shut down and now we're not issuing food stamps? The Republicans are arguing, oh, well, gee, we're for food stamps now? Right? Like the whole thing doesn't even make sense, but it's all a bunch of division and to keep our eye off the ball. But what happens, regardless of what these little divisions are, is we get more surveillance, more tracking, and more technocracy. People don't know that, though. They don't understand what technocracy is, and so they don't understand what the real threat is. And unless you know what the real threat is, you can't actually propose solutions. I mean, there are some people that actually think, oh, wow. I mean, I know people that are hardcore privacy people that accidentally signed up for Real ID not knowing what it was. And now they're like, oh, how do I get rid of this? They literally didn't know. And these are like activists. So this is the challenge that we have, is that people are not in the right fight. And then their attention and energy has been, and their hope has been weaponized against them. The whole health freedom movement is now the biggest force for actually supporting and pushing technocracy, yet they think that they're winning because of some of these caveats that are going on COVID. That's how bad the situation is. I think if people understood what technocracy was and how much that we're running out of time, that they would engage. But this is why I actually do the podcast and I spend time talking about technocracy. Otherwise, I just spend time building solutions. Otherwise, I just build the medical marketplace. I build the healthcare marketplace. But here's the thing. People don't understand why they need it. So if you built it, people would be like, well, why would I need a healthcare marketplace? You know, they're gonna fix my premiums. Trump RX is gonna make prescription drugs less expensive. Why would I need a healthcare marketplace? You know what I mean? Like, so people aren't aware of the fact that we're facing this massive catastrophe and complete digital prison. And so the sooner that happens, the faster adoption will happen on the other side.
So as far as being your own bank, the Edge wallet has a couple interesting features on it. I know that there's a feature called distress mode. If someone were to try to hijack you or like mug you, whatever, there's a button you can press. It has a fake address on it and with a fake number. I also know that if I mean, do you want to comment on that at all, and any of the features with that? And
yeah, so there are a lot of great features in the various wallets. What I like about Edge is not only that, but they've made it so that you can swap your Bitcoin to private Bitcoin right within the wallet. That's a huge feature. Now, it's a minimum $500. That's going to be lowered. And the minute that's lowered, I'll be doing a podcast about it so that I can show it to people. That's a game changer. So now you can use this Edge wallet, which is easy to use anyway. And then within the wallet, you can now make your Bitcoin and Ethereum private just by clicking a button. So those are really great tools along the way that I think are going to help accelerate the adoption of this stuff.
And I was thinking to myself, if you're a person that's going to be collecting like gold and silver because it's, obviously rising in price a lot, do you want to put your gold and silver in a safe deposit box? But I was thinking the best way to do that would be to build your own safe somewhere where no one knows about it, underground in a fireproof safe, and you keep it there. But then if you're getting older in life, you want to at least tell your kids or whatever, where all your stuff is. But if you can manage to do that and become unbanked, that's I think that's a good hedge along with your Xano and your crypto and everything else like that.
That's a good hedge, and I think also building parallel economies. Again, I'm now kind of transitioning away from the defensive mode to let's just build a better future than they're building. I mean, we talked in this episode about medical tourism, and then when you look at some of these facilities in Thailand and Turkey and everything else, it's like, my God, like we're back in the Flintstone era here. Think about what you could create if you didn't have government regulation. Think about what you could create if you didn't have this crushing burden of debt that's destroying your currency. You know how much of that energy that liberates? So rather than it being how do we protect ourselves, let's get into the mode of creating. What kind of new things do we want to create? We have AI that gives us access. We can have access to Mark Passio's information. And, I'm actually right now running a audio response. I've just asked, oh, no, I didn't. It didn't work. I was asking the Morgan Freeman avatar. I was asking him the top 5 ways Bitcoin was hijacked by basically querying the Hijacking Bitcoin book. But my point is that we have access to all of this information, and we can build and create new things, and we can create new systems, and we can become better people. And I'd rather focus on that than am I going to be able to find 5 people that I can defend stuff in a complete state of survival. This is a mindset shift. And if we get more people thinking about how do we make the world a better place, and when you look at how bad people want to protect what they have, not even realizing how bad it is. How bad is it that 66% of bankruptcies are from medical debt, and that life expectancy is decreasing, and that we have practically third world healthcare? Like we want to hold on to that. Oh, I don't want to lose that. We've got to protect that. What are we protecting? And once you let go of and realize that you're not actually protecting anything of value, then you have energy to create and to come up with new ideas. And you're no longer bound by your expectations of the past or what you think is available to you under this tyrannical system, frankly, that we have in this country. Let me see here. What I'm trying to get this thing to work.
I find it funny, the whole concept of the right versus the left. Everyone thinks that voting is the only option that they have for freedom. So therefore, if you look at New York City, for example, they got this guy Zohan Mondami running against Andrew Cuomo, and all the conservatives are trying to push Andrew Cuomo, even though he's the guy that was force vaccinating people and creating laws that people had to lose their careers if they didn't get the COVID vax. But this is where conservatives are. This is where conservatism is today, is where they're pushing Andrew Cuomo as an option, and they actually think that that's a good idea. And I'm just sitting back watching, my X feed, and like, what a complete joke the whole thing is. It's amazing that these people think this. New Jersey's almost just as bad. You have this guy Jack Citarelli running against Mickey Sherrill. They're both pro-vax, and we have the whole Maha people pushing Jack Citarelli, saying he's better than the other side. Yep. So once again, we got the people with the pitchforks going after the people with the torches. Meanwhile, they're spending how many billions of dollars is Trump sending to fund the war in the Ukraine, funding Argentina, funding Israel? Like, God knows what all the other programs going on right now, and nobody's paying attention.
Nobody's paying attention. By the way, I will say there's a slight rant also when I turned on this Alex Jones thing today. He's sitting there defending this Argentina thing. And, I'm thinking to myself, boy, if there's any war that we know we're going to lose, it's the war on drugs. But of course, this isn't even about drugs. It's about using the war on drugs to steal their oil. But what a disaster. We're bombing ships. We're killing innocent people. And now we're going to go in and what a euphemism. by the way. One of the things that I like about George Carlin, he has this little thing, he talks about euphemisms, but he's kind of like regime change. You know, what a great term that is. What a great, to go in and kill somebody's political leader and take over control of their country. Well, we'll call it regime change. Nobody's paying attention to this at all. And by the way, it on any side, everything is a division. What's this farce of a conversation between Dave Smith and Nick Fuentes? We have all of these conversations going. Dave Smith thinks this is about neocons. This dude's like 25 years behind in understanding what's going on. Dave Smith is an idiot. I'm sorry. I'm actually, I can't stand him when he comes across the feed because he has a whole bunch of people that are now distracted having a conversation that's completely irrelevant and 25 years old. It has zero ability to affect or improve any aspect of anyone's lives. So yeah, but we are distracted on this and no one's looking at technocracy. So I don't know what to tell you. But people are still thinking the voting is going to work. I mean, Trump just got vaccinated. Trump just cut a deal with Pfizer. A $50 billion deal with Pfizer. And now you're going to be able to get, Pfizer drugs through Trump RX. How is anybody in the medical freedom community celebrating this?
Yeah, you remember when Colin Powell went to the United Nations to tell everyone that he knew for a fact that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction?
Yep.
So it seems like they're building a case up right now with Venezuela on how we need to liberate them for their own good.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant Venezuela, not Argentina, by the way. Sorry, that was my bad.
Yeah, and it's amazing how the war drums are beating right now, and I think they just want to take Venezuela's oil fields. And on top of that, they also want to control the drug trade because the CIA doesn't want any competition.
Of course, yeah. And so Alex Jones is like doing this dramatic thing. He's like, well, he's quoting Thomas Jefferson, and he's talking about how important it is to not get into entanglements unless it's out of self-defense. And then he goes on this little tirade about the people that he knows that have been affected by fentanyl and then actually using that. So he's there to basically be a mouthpiece to get people to cheerlead for Trump. And he's even willing to use the drug war as a rationalization for supporting intervention in Venezuela. This is actually what his position is. By the way, I've listened to him on and off for years. Can you believe this? This is the level that we're at. We need to support Trump because we need to stop the drug war. It's 2025. This is actually going on Alex Jones.
Yeah, it's amazing. They're just bombing boats in international waters right now. We have no right to do that in any which way. These people never had a trial. There's no what they call posse comitatus, I guess there's just no end to the empire and how far it's going to reach.
No, there is no end, and 25% of the time, I guess they're bombing the wrong people. They don't even know who they're bombing. We're killing innocent people in international waters. They're not even killing just the people that are allegedly involved in drug trafficking.
It's like they just keep rotating boogeymen. It's like the war on terrorism, the war on drugs, the war on poverty, the war on, they just keep rotating these boogeymen, and they rotating them faster and faster. And then people are just like, it seems like time is moving faster because the news cycle is getting so much faster. I mean, Melissa was talking to me today and she was like, yeah, it feels like the day flew by. I was like, yeah, there's a lot going on. And it's just a distraction, really. I mean, it's like, just stop. Let's concentrate on, defeating this, because that's what they're doing in rotating these boogeymen. They're just distracting everybody.
Yeah, no, it's one string of distractions, but what's the distraction from? The distraction is from the acceleration of technocracy as we move towards a complete surveillance state. And when you start learning about Curtis Yarvin, who actively is pushing for a monarchy or a dictatorship, and you start studying what his views are all about, the idea is literally, and these are the people that are pushing J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, the idea is use these emergencies to consolidate power in the executive branch as a interim step to actually pushing full technocracy. And at the end of it, you end up being controlled by AI. And this is literally their strategy. This is their plan. And by the way, it's working. And it's working because people in the Maha movement and other people have bought into the idea of, well, yeah, we need to reduce the administrative state. And if we reduce the administrative state and we get rid of the deep state, that means they'll restore the Constitution, right? They're not realizing that what gets replaced, the bureaucracy sucks, and we shouldn't have the administration state or the deep state, but it should be replaced with nothing. That's not what's being proposed. What's being proposed is it will be replaced by a digital prison and control system. That is what Palantir is doing. It not only with defense, which we know that they're doing, obviously with the CIA and with others, not only with the police and predictive, that stuff. They're now a massive player in healthcare, building databases, linking healthcare information across hospitals and linking healthcare information between the private sector and the military. And this then ties into Operation Stargate. This is what they're actually trying to implement. And so there'll be people that'll say, well, isn't this about efficiency? It's not about efficiency. Study Operation Stargate. They literally are going to have models where they're going to predict our health, and they're going to use this to determine what our value is, and they're going to use this to determine what care we have access to, because the government is already the largest healthcare purchaser. So Trump just signed an executive order collecting DNA on children for the purpose of cancer research. Where in the hell is Maha? Are you kidding me? So we're going to take all of this data in all of these databases, and now we're going to add on to that genetic data. And what is this which part of medical freedom is this? So anyway, I don't know. It's crazy. But again, these are all distractions. And then people get convinced, I'm making a little bit of progress on this thing that I was worried about 5 years ago. And then they've implemented something that's 10 times worse than the thing that you were fighting against. But you're not paying any attention to that because you think you're getting some temporary victory on this other thing. Mandatory wearables? Are you kidding me? Larry Ellison is talking about customized mRNA vaccines through this Operation Stargate platform. Yeah, COVID was bad 5 years ago, but we're okay with $500 billion being spent on a program that's going to track everybody's data and then give you a customized mRNA shot? That's all right? Is that medical freedom? I don't know, man. Dan, you and I have talked about this. I don't know where these medical freedom people are. I don't know if they think that there's some 5D chess, if they just don't understand technocracy, if they aren't paying attention, if they're afraid. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
I think a lot of them are just Republicans that are calling themselves medical freedom, but they weren't the ones standing on the front lines doing mass civil disobedience, anti-lockdown protests. I mean, those are like the real medical freedom people from the early 2020. A lot of the medical freedom people now, Maha, whatever else like that, it seems like it's been hijacked, just like the Tea Party was hijacked years ago. Remember Ron Paul started it with his money bomb, and then all of a sudden it was on a Fox News, and all the Republicans jumped in, and then the whole Tea Party thing turned into a Lindsey Graham, campaign fundraiser. And now that look at that, I think Trump is doing that actually as we speak. He's
No, he is. Everybody. So I saw today. I guess I'm going to harp on it because it really pissed me off. I saw Alex Jones defend Lindsey Graham today.
What did he say
on this Venezuela thing? He defended Lindsey Graham on Venezuela and that we need to take action on regime change to stop the fentanyl epidemic. He literally said it.
Wow.
How about that? I mean, I don't even know where to begin on that.
I think Ron Paul was saying that zero fentanyl comes from Venezuela. That's a whole thing just generated just so they can generate a war with Venezuela, and they're sending aircraft carrier, a whole thing over there right now. So something's going on, and do you think it has anything to do with they need to start a war because of the dollar collapsing very fast right now?
Well, I mean, do they need another war? Don't we have enough war excuses? Can't we just say, well, Ukraine, Russia, there we go, China? Maybe. I mean, people aren't even paying attention to the fact that the dollar's collapsing. I mean, the problem is that people are so disconnected from reality that they even need an excuse anymore. They're going to usher in digital money. All that's going to happen with all of this is we're going to get more surveillance, no matter what happens. So our government is going to create military instability somewhere, and then our citizens are going to get punished for it, because that's how you roll out more technocracy. You get all these retards worried about, fearful about Venezuela or, gangs and people from Mexico and everything else. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, we need digital ID to prevent this. We need Bearcats, and we need to militarize the police to protect us. Oh, we got to protect ourselves from these people in the inner cities, and so we better put in barricades between states, retina scans tied to digital IDs. Got to keep us safe.
Yeah, I think the Los Angeles Department of Education has a few Bearcats. So,
well, Ian Freeman experienced a Bearcat, and I went to a protest in 2013 with a bunch of Free Staters. We were trying to stop, I think, the city of Concord from getting a Bearcat, and we were not successful. I mean, why do places in New Hampshire need a Bearcat?
I think it's an intimidation factor. They want to intimidate the freedom world, the freedom crowd. And if you ever stand up against the machine, they're going to pick out some certain leaders like Ian or, Roger, Ross, Julian, Snowden, just to name a few, and just make an example out of them with amazing intimidation force. That's pretty much where we're at.
And it doesn't really matter who you vote for, right? I mean, no matter who you vote for, whether you vote for the Democrat or the Republican, the lesser of two evils, the agenda still goes forward. So it's...
And interestingly, the agenda moves forward faster under Republicans, which is what a lot of people don't pay attention to. If you actually go back and look at these bills, you look at things like the Patriot Act, you look at where financial surveillance was put in place, where things were put in place that take away our liberties. Look at Real ID, which started in 2005, didn't get put into place until now. The actual massive stripping away of our rights usually happens when Republicans are in control. And that is counter to what most people would think. Most people might think, oh yeah, it's Hillary Clinton and it's Barack Obama. Not that these people were great, but they pale in comparison to what happens when we have complete Republican majorities. And whenever it's done with complete Republican majorities, it's always to preserve election integrity and keep us safe. The Republicans are great at using the keep us safe argument. That's their big shtick. Their big shtick is always about safety. And I think the Republican Party values safety over liberty more than they would admit to based on what they actually support and what they vote for. Because they'll defend it when it happens. Again, where's the outrage at Real ID? Where's the outrage at the Palantir database? Where's the outrage at the Genius Act? There's zero opposition. Find me a Republican opposed to these things. I went on the Mises Caucus podcast, and my article was the only article they could find that was against the Genius Act. Like everybody's in line with this.
Yeah, that's their hot dog on the stick is security. You're going to be safe. The hot dog on the stick for the Democrats is, well, we're going to give you everything you need. We're going to give you housing and food and health care.
Yep. So this is why I say we can grow our way out of this. We can create alternative healthcare systems, alternative food systems, alternative business models of all kinds that nobody's ever heard of, because these people create nothing. They're parasites. The entire political class, both sides, they're parasites. They create nothing. So the way that we win is not out of fear, it's out of creation. Because these people only exist based on their ability to leech off of us. And the minute that goes away, the minute we stop allowing them to do that, they lose their power because they're not productive on their own. They need a host organism.
Yeah.
And it's easy to feed off a host organisms when they're cowering in fear in the corner.
So what happens when the parasite sucks all the blood out of the host?
Well, it dies if they suck all the blood out.
It seems like so a lot of Americans have a lot of their money tied into 401ks and the S&P 500, and right now it's all at record highs. Now the housing market's at a record high too. There's a lot of bubbles right now, as far as I'm concerned. Which one is going to go first? And could a normal person pull out their money from their 401ks, put it in gold, silver, cryptocurrencies, take that 10% hit? What other things could someone do to soften that blow and for what's coming?
So I'm hearing a lot. I'm hearing a lot of background noise from. I think it's Stephen. There we go. So my opinion on this has changed a lot because a lot of this is usually, how am I going to protect myself and balance my risk? And the truth is, anything that keeps you captive to the system is risk. I actually think now the most important thing people can do is pull their money out, put it in alternative assets, but invest it in creating businesses outside of the system. I actually think that's the most important thing people can start to do, is not, I'm going to bet on whether Walmart or, I hope Pfizer goes up, or, put my money into a gold ETF. Listen, even if you put your money in gold or Bitcoin, which I certainly would never recommend. I'll get the avatar I'm going to get Morgan Freeman to say something about Bitcoin as soon as I get this thing fixed. But I'm big now moving into, and by the way, so I'm launching these 5 sites and everything. We sponsored this Brownstone event, but then come the first of the year, it's just all out building with these tools to connect people to resources to start building decentralized private solutions to everything else. So I think what people are going to need is they're going to need to be able to create a livelihood and to build and to create outside of the system. So what they should invest in is themselves. They should invest in knowledge. They should invest in ideas. They should invest in improving themselves and to learning about how they can build all of these parallel things. Because I know a lot of people don't know how to do that right now. Well, invest in that. Invest in yourself, but don't invest in somebody else's business that's tied to this digital prison state, or even invest in these assets because you think it's going to go up because other people are convincing other people to invest in the assets. Because I got news for you. There's no currency is going to be useless unless people are actually engaging in productive economic activity. I don't even know what the concept here is. What I'm going to buy Bitcoin and then I'm going to do no work. And if I sit around long enough, I'm going to have a whole bunch of money. Well, what are you going to trade your money for? Who's exerting their labor to create goods and services for you to buy? Nobody's thought about what happens at the end of this process. And at the end of the process, it's very basic, and these laws don't go away. There's supply and demand, and there's the ability to use your resources to create things that you can trade with others. And that doesn't go away no matter who is implementing whatever system it happens to be. So that is my answer. My answer is people should invest in themselves and invest in learning about these alternative things and invest in learning how to not just survive. I hate even I'm done using the word survive. Learn how to create and thrive outside of this technocratic system.
Now you're making me want to go back to my autonomy course, the obstacle course with Richard Grove. You're inspiring me to do that now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got to get out. I got to get out of my situation. I got to figure it out.
And then if you do, and by the way, it's so rare. It takes, this is why I defended Roger so much and defend Ian and all these other people, because it's so rare for people to defend what they're doing on principle against, all odds. And what are they, what was Ian promoting? What was Roger promoting? They were promoting free markets, voluntary exchange, and they were promoting, they were against violence. Well, they try to punish people like that. So we have to stand up for people like that. But think about how impactful individuals are. Think about how impactful Ian is and was, and Roger is. They're so impactful as just single individuals that the entire weight of the federal government had to completely come after them and bombard them in a series of bullshit circumstances. Or, in the case of Ian, trying to entrap him and spending time not finding, oh, here's a guy that's doing illegal activity. It's let's take some people from the federal government and go in and see if we can try to convince him to engage in illegal activity so that we can trap him and then shut him up, because he's on the radio every day talking about freedom, because he's on the radio, because he's out there every day signing up merchants to take cryptocurrency or showing people how they can convert their fiat currency to cryptocurrency. That's what they had to stop. But if those guys can be so powerful as individuals that the whole federal government has to come after them, how many of it does it take to do the same as Roger and Ian? If they can have that much of an impact as individuals that they're going to be targeted, with 10 people, 20 people, that's how few people actually do things. That's how few people lead and are willing to engage in principled lives. And so it's so rare, but so few people need to do it. And then when people do see it, other people will follow it. So I don't know. I'm optimistic about our ability to win this, but I'm not optimistic about spending time in fear or survival. I don't want to talk to people about how they can manage their money. I want to talk to people about how they can improve themselves to create in a new parallel system.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do personally after I get at the end of this obstacle course, but I know that Richard Grove will I'll interview with somebody in his organization, and they're going to ask me what my desires are and what my skill sets are and my talents are and things like this, and I'm sure that they're going to come back to me with some feedback as to what my options are, and I know that they will tailor a custom program to me, so that I can actually, help me to make some decisions about what direction to go to from here. And, maybe this is it. Maybe this is, me giving my labors, my daily labors to just promoting this system and contributing to it in some way, this alternative economy, an alternative way of doing things, because that's really what I desire to do. I want to beat the banks. I want to beat this beast system.
Yeah, and I think that's great. And I actually need to talk to him about his program, because we've intersected a couple times, and then we were supposed to connect and didn't. But I've actually talked to some people that are part of his autonomy program and everything. And we should sync up. We should sync up all of these different programs and get everybody not working together in some kind of centralized top-down way, but we should be reinforcing each other because I think it's so few people is needed to change things, but it's got to be about building and not about fear. I get people that ask me all the time, people that want to pay me a whole bunch of money to advise them on where to invest crypto. And I'm like, I don't know. I have no, I invest in crypto. I invest in Zano because I want to create a decentralized future, and money is a form of energy. So I'm putting it into the ecosystem because this is what I want to see in the world. I'm not sitting around guessing which cryptocurrencies are going to go up. I can't imagine spending time trying to speculate on whether Michael Saylor's company is going to be involved in the S&P 100. Who cares, right? We got to build our way out of this. And And if people, I mean, think about it. People are sitting there working jobs that they don't like for healthcare that keeps them sick so that they can put that money in a portfolio that's managed by BlackRock to actually sell them the stuff that makes them sick and then hire an advisor to try to balance which of the things that's killing them they should own the most of so that they can have money at the end of the process when they retire from the job they never wanted. That's not a good, like, that's a life of quiet desperation. People should invest in themselves. I just truly just change the mindset of it. So I've got a comment here. I love your mentality, Mr. Aaron, but the Snowden revelations came out and no one cared. That told me no one cares about privacy. Unfortunately, privacy is only mentioned in the courts. Well, yeah, I'm not saying that people appreciate, people do not appreciate privacy as much as they should. Older people appreciate privacy, but they struggle with some of the tech required to actually implement privacy in your life. And young people they've grown up in a kind of surveillance system and don't even realize that they should question it. This is a challenge. But people will learn about it real quick. And so the issue with this is they will appreciate it when it's completely gone, but perhaps only when it's completely gone. So how do you make people aware of, and again, I try to do this all the time. We're already in a surveillance state. You're right. Snowden revelations came out. Nobody paid attention to this. And we had Bill Binney was talking about this stuff before 9/11, right? I mean, it's not like this stuff is a surprise. And then when it comes out, people are like, yeah, they're not doing anything with it. But part of it is you've got to make the privacy easier to implement and easier to use. And yeah, it does get mentioned in the courts, usually in the context of, our government wants to dominate the drug trade and doesn't want other people participating in it. And so you're a terrorist if you're using a mixing service or something like that. But we have to make people aware of the threat of technocracy and what that means. And privacy is the big point of that. I do believe if people understood technocracy, Patrick Wood has been working on this for 45 years. If people understood and saw the work that he has done, that he's laid out meticulously, if they understood what it was about, they would be horrified because it goes against most people's belief systems. Most people do believe that they have free will. And when they realize that this is a system that doesn't value free will, they would be against it. Unfortunately, we have people that think that Elon Musk is a hero and they don't understand that he's a technocrat. And until that changes, we're in the position that we're in. This is why I'm spending part of my time on this, but this is also why somebody said earlier we should have 10,000 people on here. Yeah, good luck. This content is shadow banned. This content talking about technocracy and digital IDs and Curtis Yarvin does not make it through the filter. Freedom of reach, Musk, who's a technocrat, controls how that works. Rumble is controlled by people who are technocrats. J.D. Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, Howard Lutnick, these are the people that are invested in this. Tether is one of their large shareholders. These are the media platforms that we have do not allow this information to get out. This is the challenge that we have. So, but what I say is one person who exits the system and starts to build out of creation and not out of fear is probably worth a million people otherwise. And that's the way that we're going to get out of this. So you also say Uncle Ted Kaczynski warned us in 1993 with his manifesto, Industrial Society and Its Future. I mean, I'm pretty sure wasn't he MK Ultra? Actually, that's a good question. Let me see what, I'm actually going to query that. I'm going to ask Enoch this. Was Ted Kaczynski MK Ultra? Let's see what we get here. All right, hopefully we'll actually get an answer on this and the system is working. But yeah, I think he was MK Ultra. I mean, that doesn't mean that he was wrong about some of the things that he said. But again, I actually look even at what he says. He looked at it from the standpoint of, I know he's a Harvard grad at 16 and he was MK Ultra. And, again, the thing is, there's the tyranny and freedom aspect to all of this technology, CBDCs, AI, all of it. What doesn't get representation, and what I'm trying to do, and I hope others are doing, and I'm grateful for people like Mike Adams and others, is to begin to show people that there is a freedom dimension to this technology. And if people can see and start using the technology in a way that promotes freedom, that isn't the surveillance state. Actually, I just got a request for somebody to speak, to come on the show, and I think I'm going to have him on in a couple weeks. I hadn't heard of him before. He's a Russian. He's only 24, but he built, I guess, one of the largest social apps in Europe when he was 16, and he wants to talk about decentralized IDs systems or something like that. I don't know fully what it's about, but it was intriguing enough to me, based on the way it was framed, that I think I want to have him on the show to talk about this. Your Harvard grad at 16 kind of prompted me to bring that up. But again, I don't think that Kaczynski was looking at the positive side of tech, and not enough people are looking at the positive side. So what you have now is a lot of people who are afraid of it, and they're saying either it's not real, AI is not real, it's a bubble, it's never going to manifest, it's all going to go away, or they're saying that, well, actually, I mean, that's probably one of the biggest arguments. But even if they aren't saying that, they're saying, well, I'm not going to use it. And it's kind of like this, we're going to go back to Little House on the Prairie. And it's like that thinking is not going to work. You're not going to be able to, again, hide out of this technology. So the question is, how do we bridge the gap? Because the gap is going to be huge between, people that are embracing this technology and people that aren't. I think we saw today, that Amazon just announced they're beginning their first 30,000 layoffs. In the last podcast, I talked about the fact that they're going to cut 600,000 jobs, but then we went through the different sectors. 23% of manufacturing jobs are going away. And again, that's scary. But if people start investing in themselves and you start saying to yourself, well, if I have at my fingertips the ability to have access to all of this information, what could I do with that? What kind of economic activity could I create with that? As opposed to saying, well, I fear this, and so I'm not going to look at it. Because that's not going to work well when you have other people who are increasing their productivity by 1,000, where you're going to have single individuals that are doing the work of 100 to 1,000 people. And that's real. That is actually already starting to happen. So you're going to have a big gulf when that happens. And so when those people lose their jobs and they're in a position of fear, well, what are they going to do when the UBI is offered? If they haven't developed any skills or invested in themselves and they've put themselves in a fear-based mindset, they're going to have no options. There's no option that comes out of that. So I don't know. I want to help shift. I hope we can shift the narrative to people being more enthusiastic and passionate about building and not being fearful. Because, if I have if now I have and you can have by downloading Mike Adams' AI, and then, there's this Passio information and everything else. If every individual can have this information and more at their own fingertips, then that's going to be pretty difficult for the technocrats to suppress. And I think that we have the advantage that we have is that the technocrats, these people in Silicon Valley have a mindset, and the mindset is it's winner take all. Peter Thiel talked about it in his book, 0-1. These people look for monopoly positions. And people often look at, well, why does Silicon Valley work the way that it does, where like startup companies will get massive amounts of money and it looks like there's over-investing? Because what these people know is that if you end up dominating a market, then in the long run, you're going to make a lot more money. And so you may lose on 99 of your bets, but the bet that you win on covers all of the losses and then some. So their view is that with AI, they want to completely own AI, which is why Mark Zuckerberg is willing to pay $1.5 billion for a single developer, because he realizes that there's no second place. If somebody gets to AGI first, then that person can do everything. That person can use that AI to create organizations that create more organizations that have completely self-running AI systems. And that's why AI is moving in that direction, because there is that war, and that war is not only in the US, but it's global with China. They're doing things to compete against one another. So China is releasing a lot of these AI models, and
have you ever noticed how
these AI models, and they're open source. And so now this is what allows me to be able to do some of this. So I use this one AI model that's chugging through these PDF files that Mark Passio has that are of this esoteric information, that it's not in like this nice text. They're like scanned pages that are not like OCR readable or whatever with images on them. Well, this AI that DeepSeek, a Chinese organization, released has figured out a way to actually basically take those pictures and make those pictures searchable in a way that's actually uses less memory than text itself. Well, the reason that this is important is so now I have access to this. This is what allows me to put together this program that I have that is optimizing my computer so that I can take all of the audio, all of the video, and all of the books and process it and put it into a database that I can search. So as the Chinese are competing with US and everybody's trying for that one position, people are using strategies and techniques to try to derail the other person. This is an opportunity for us to say, okay, good. I'm picking up that model. I now have it on my computer. It's open source. Now I can plug that in, and now I can plug in this model. And then sooner or later, it's going to be that every individual can cobble together, or people will figure out how to cobble together for other people, all of this amazing technology that you can have in your own possession. And that's how we can win this, is the technocrats will fight each other to the death. Yes, they're aligned on what the end goal is. They're aligned in the end goal being that, there's AGI and that everything is being run from the top down, but each one of them individually thinks they're going to be the one to control the AI. And there can be only one. It's kind of like Musk. Musk would have you believe that his whole thing was that he was afraid of AI, and so it has to be open source, which is why he invested in OpenAI. And then you see the documents in the lawsuit, and the real reason he started OpenAI is that he thought Google was going to dominate because of the lead that they had, and he didn't want them to dominate. He tried to get OpenAI for Tesla. It's not that he wanted it to be open, it's that he wanted to be the one to control the AI. So this has already been going on. You can see the divisions that are going on between these tech billionaires. Use that to our advantage. Use that to our advantage, and then take advantage of the technology that they're creating as they fight themselves to the death. This is why it's not a completely pessimistic case, nor are they all aligned and colluding. They're only colluding in that they agree what the end goal should be. But make no mistake, they individually think that they're the ones that are going to end up being the king of the hill when this new technocratic system is finally implemented, and that is not possible. So I'm going to play this. So I asked, let's see what AI I asked. I think I asked Enoch, was Ted Kaczynski part of MK Ultra? So we're going to have George Carlin respond on that.
CIA took this brilliant math nerd and turned him into a walking, talking mail bomb? That's right, folks. Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, and surprise, surprise, he just happens to fit the profile of every other poor bastard who got their brains scrambled by MK Ultra, now MK Ultra, from 1953 to 1973. 20 years of your tax dollars funding the CIA's personal mindfuck laboratory. They're pumping people full of LSD, zapping their brains with electricity, and playing psychological Jenga with human consciousness. Prisons, mental hospitals, military bases. Hell, they were grabbing people off the street. Programming, depatterning, reprogramming. Like we're all just computers that need a software update. So here's Kaczynski, 1967 to 1969. He's at the University of Michigan Psych Ward. And who's his doctor? David Call. A guy with more CIA connections than a spy novel. Ted starts having these dissociative episodes. You know what that is? That's when your brain decides to take a vacation from your body. Classic MK Ultra side effect. They're hitting these people with electroshock, LSD, PCP. It's like a pharmaceutical cocktail party in your skull. Then suddenly, this promising mathematician goes from solving equations to mailing explosives. That's not a career change, folks. That's a complete personality transplant. It's textbook Manchurian candidate stuff. They wind you up like a toy soldier, and 30 years later, boom, you're the Unabomber. Isn't it funny how the CIA recruits this math genius? Mathematics, perfect for code breaking. Perfect for intelligence work. Then he writes this manifesto about technology being evil. The guy's got paranoid fixations, cognitive fragmentation, and he's talking about hidden controllers. After they arrest him, his lawyers try to bring up government misconduct. Denied. His brother's having secret meetings with intelligence types. Nothing suspicious there. It's like watching a cover-up in real time, but everyone's pretending it's just normal legal proceedings. You want to know who else got the MKUltra special? Frank Olson, CIA scientist. They dose him with LSD and whoopsie. He falls out a hotel window. Suicide, they say. His family won a wrongful death suit. Kathy O'Brien claims they programmed her for political assassinations. But sure, it's all conspiracy theory. Here's the beautiful part. No smoking gun documents for Kaczynski. Why? Because that's how you create a deniable asset. You scramble their brains so thoroughly, they can't even remember who scrambled them. They're using hypnosis to create split personalities. Ted's writing about having a split mind, classic dissociative identity disorder. But I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Some people think the whole Unabomber thing was controlled opposition. Let him get caught, discredit the anti-technology movement, and make anyone questioning psychological research look like a lunatic. Two birds, one stone.
Oh, there we go. We got to fix a little bit of the audio, but I guess that does. It's a pretty accurate description of Kaczynski and MKUltra. So I guess we got that part nailed. I see you're back, Steve.
Yeah, I had to take a break and take care of myself a little bit and put my daughter to bed.
Yep. Yeah, these are going long, but you know, it is what it is. Hopefully,
I'm amazed. You're like an Iron Man when it comes to this stuff. You can just go and go and go.
Well, I mean, there's just so much to cover, and I will say, because I have been spending so much time researching this stuff and pulling all this information together, there's certainly never a shortage of stuff to talk about. It's just, man, I'm looking at this right now. So we have 1,570 people on, and you know, Sal the Agorist shared this as well. This tells you how absolutely suppressed this information is, and I don't know how to fix this. This is why I'm encouraging people to go to the AaronDayShow.com. And I'm okay with this. This is not about large numbers, because as I was saying earlier, if Ian and Roger can have that big of an impact, I mean, if we could get 10 or 20 people to actually do stuff, it's not about, like, I don't care how many millions of people listen to Dave Smith or how many millions of people listen to Alex Jones. If people aren't doing anything, it literally doesn't matter. One person doing something is worth 1 million people listening, or 10 million people listening to a podcast and doing nothing. And so to me, this is the most important thing, is to find people that are actually wanting to do something, and then put tools in place to help empower them to do it. I think that's where we're at. And we do have tools now. We didn't have tools 18 months ago. So that's the positive side.
Yeah, for me personally, I think it's just getting out of the work that I'm doing right now and getting into something I really want to do, which is, I really want to contribute to, this parallel system. I don't know how I can yet, but I've got a lot. I mean, I've been in the workforce for, a long time, 35 years or so. And, I've developed a lot of skill sets. I don't know what can be useful in doing this. Maybe it means learning some new skill sets. But it's just kind of resetting everything and getting out of what I'm doing right now and getting into what I'm inspired to do and what I love, and which is I want freedom for myself, and I want freedom for my neighbor, and I don't want to see this thing that they're putting together fly. I want to see it fail.
I want to see it fail, but I equally, I think I want to see something better.
Yes, exactly.
Than even what we have, which is not actually great on inspection. But yeah, I agree with you. And again, whatever, I put the Freedom Forge thing, but the amount of opportunities is unbounded, because everything that exists in the centralized world plus an infinite amount more can be recreated. And so all people have to have is an intent and a willingness to learn and stick with something. I mean, this is how everything works, right? So we're jumping into the unknown, but the plus side is everything's possible in the unknown. And so it's just a matter of flipping that switch and then going all in. Again, this is why they want to shut down people that have that attitude. This is why they shut down people like Roger and Ian, because they need to, and they know singular people can have that much of an impact on people, that can change people's minds, and willing to say, hey, I'm out. I want to get out of the system. I'm going to jump and do something else. Well, if that catches steam at all, they're in trouble, because they need to use fear to force you into their digital prison. And that will only work if, when you're in this fearful state, you have no alternatives. This is why I don't like the whole idea of, I could go around and just be like, oh, technocracy is awful, which is true. But if we're not building an alternative, then actually that'll probably get you demoralized faster. I can imagine if you just took that approach, the net effect of that would be people would be like, well, I guess there's nothing I can do. This is where you get people throwing up their hands. Well, I hope we get Peter Thiel technocracy and not Bill Gates technocracy, right? I've seen this happen where people go down that path. And that's, so this is why it's kind of balancing the two of, hey, there's hope, but you got to recognize, once I saw how bad the technocracy stuff was and that it was an ideology, a political ideology, then I'm like, okay, you can't not tell people about that at this point, right? Watching people get confused. Oh, Musk is going to save free speech. Watching people get completely rugged. Like people thought Doge was going to save money. Right? I mean, I've been talking about the fact that was never going to happen from the very inception of it. But there were people that really believed, oh yeah, he's going to do it. He saved free speech, and now he's going to eliminate the debt. That was never going to happen. But then when he didn't do it, well, he's a hero for trying. Well, at least he tried. He was the man in the arena. The man in the arena, he integrated Palantir with the IRS and all of our government data systems. He wasn't risking anything. He implemented what he wanted to implement. And now you were wrong about thinking he was going to save money, and now you're cheering him on as if, oh, well, at least he had the balls to try, and you've missed the entire point of the exercise. He wants technocracy, and he wants AI controlling government. And in that regard, he was successful. He was never about cutting the deficit. Until people understand that, they're going to continue to follow these people. And so that even when they make a mistake, well, at least they were trying, because they're my hero, because this is the only way out, because I'm not doing anything to change my own circumstances. I'm not doing anything to take control of my own life or build solutions outside of this. I'm just going to keep believing in this guy. And then you end up being one of these people. I don't even know. I do not know what kind of psychology it would take to defend Trump at this point. Like, I actually don't. There's a level of, as you said earlier, it's easier to convince someone they've been fooled. It's easier to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled. And I mean, that is like 5 years of Trump. Lock her up, trust the plan, 10 days of darkness. I mean, how far does this go? Operation Warp Speed? Well, what he's holding out to the end, what he's going to depopulate the planet, but then he's going to roll out 6D chess? I don't know how far this goes, but people are in that point where if you have gotten rugged 15 times in a row, is it easier to say, oh, I made a mistake, I better stop believing everyone else is going to solve my problems and take control of my own life? Or is it easier to say, oh no, it's 6D chess. Did you see the latest Q drop? Well, that's a hell of a drug. The lack of responsibility and white knight syndrome is a serious problem that doesn't seem to be going away. Maybe that's our national disease right now, is white knight syndrome.
Yeah, I've been saying it for a long time that there is nobody coming to save us. You know, I mean, you know, there's nobody coming to save me. Trump is not coming to save me. Biden won't. You know, I mean, no matter who it is, you get the libertarian into office. Aaron Day gets into office. Aaron Day is not going to save me. You know what I mean? It's you know, we have to look to within ourselves for the solutions and build them. You know, I think that's really what it is. And like, you know, we have to take the first step towards that too. So whatever situation I'm in, or whatever situation anybody who's listening to this and thinking about that they're in, they need to take a good hard look in the mirror. So I'm talking to myself when I say this, and you know, what's wrong with what I'm doing, and how do I correct it?
Yep.
And how do I get to a point where I can actually contribute to being the solution rather than perpetuating or even contributing to the problem?
Yep, that's it. That is the key. And it's a mind shift switch that happens in an instant. And again, once you do it, then you really can't go back, or won't go back in another direction. But getting somebody to that point, it's tough. Because again, when I did that episode on Nasara and Jasara, that is probably the biggest. I was depressed putting together the materials for that episode, because all these people believe that there's going to be a debt jubilee, and that it goes back to this thing that was pre 9/11, which I think might have even been the early part of the Q movement. And the idea is, well, they're going to reset the economy. They're going to create a new currency that's like basically tokenized gold, but it's going to use XRP and XLM. That came later, the specific cryptocurrencies. And so you go around and it hasn't happened. One person actually made 1,000 different predictions about the same thing, saying it's literally going to happen tomorrow. 1,000 times kept on saying that, oh, this debt jubilee is going to happen tomorrow. It's going to happen the next day. Was wrong 1,000 times in a row. Did that stop people from following her? No, it did not stop people from following her. And then you had people that were going around to religious communities and convincing religious communities that this was what this was all about. And this is some spiritual thing, and trying to tie the debt jubilee back to the Bible and make this a whole spiritual thing. And then continuing to make predictions, continuing to tell people to put money into these cryptocurrencies on the basis of something that was provably false. And most of the victims of this, and people have lost billions of dollars. Some people, because they believed a debt jubilee was coming, stopped paying their mortgage, they stopped paying their bills, they stopped doing a whole bunch of other stuff, got kicked out of their house, the whole 9 yards. And it goes on today. People believe this today. And then I go onto Rumble and I look and I find these videos, and they have 30, 50, 60, 100,000 views. And then you go into the comments, and the comments are all people like, oh, thank God, I can't wait till this happens. And people are putting, all of this hope, and people putting some religious comments in there and everything else. And this is like 20 years after this still hasn't materialized. And then what do? Then it becomes, then they just add to the mystique. So we didn't get the debt jubilee, but then it was because we needed to have XRM and XLM and XRP to tokenize the economy. And now we've got to wait for the Bank of International Settlements. And they've come up with a new standard, an ISO standard for communicating, that's going to take the power away from the central banks, which is also provably not even what the ISO standards are for. All you have to do is 5 seconds of research and you could debunk this. But they don't debunk it. And then there are accounts online. And there are these accounts, this guy, Ariel, who follows me online, and I tried to interact with him. He has 400,000 followers now, all conspiracy theories down the line. And I'm convinced that perhaps all of his followers are fake. They all seem to be these like MAGA middle-aged women, but the accounts all have like 100 followers, and it's all the same, like not all exactly the same, but it's the same kind of account that amplifies all of the same other accounts. And so it just seems like this thing is fake. And the net effect of all of this is people still believe it to this day. More people believe it. Now there are hundreds of thousands of followers of this. And now they believe there are going to be med beds. So there are people that are not getting medical treatment because now what's tied up into this whole debt jubilee global reset using these cryptocurrencies is that they have med bed technology that they haven't been disclosing, that you just go into the med bed and it miraculously will cure all of your diseases. So people are now not getting medical treatment because they believe in the med bed. Some of the same people that got kicked out of their house because they didn't pay their mortgage because they thought of the debt jubilee are now doing this. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. But when I got demoralized, the part that was demoralizing about it to me is that there are people that have been making millions of dollars selling subscription-only content where people are coming in and listening to them lie and move the goalposts about these stories. And the way that they keep people tied into it, and you can see what you were saying about the being fooled concept is, it's like you have to make the story more dramatic. Oh, well, Trump was going to do this. They were going to do 10 Days of Darkness. They were going to get rid of all the pedophiles, but this intervened, and this intervened, and then the Intergalactic Council intervened. And so now it's like the next story of the drama. And now you're so far into it that what they have to make up next has to be even more outlandish. And when I saw how many people were commenting on these posts today in modern terms, to this date, I don't get a lot of traffic on Rumble or anywhere else except mostly X. It is by far the most viewed video that I had on Rumble. And when you look at the comments, there were people in there plugging XRP, XLM, Nasara, and Jasara. Clearly, I was debunking it, and literally you had bots in there promoting the scam in the feed. So how do you break that? And by the way, I think it gets worse. I think we're at the point now where even now new people, if you bought that we were going to restore the Republic with Maha and MAGA, what's the barrier for you to admit that was wrong? Are you going to double down on, well, Rome wasn't built in a day. It takes time. We just have to figure out some of these internal mechanics or whatever. I mean, at what point do you face the reality that it was not ever going to be a successful solution, but it certainly isn't now? And every second you're spending holding on to that illusion is time you're not spending building alternatives. It's time you're not investing in yourself. But as much as I can say this right now, I don't know how to convince, I don't know how to explain this to people to get them to become aware of it, because there's a huge resistance to acknowledge a big mistake like that.
Yeah, what does it take to get people to pull up the reins and, make a hard U-turn out of the cliff that their horse is galloping towards?
Well, listen, and I'm going to pick on it again because it angered me watching Alex Jones again today. So this is a guy who, and I went to him when I first, I hadn't even written the book yet. I think I announced that I was running for president, and the whole purpose of my running for president was to ditch the dollar. This was the whole concept of it. And I reached out to him, never got any response back, and I went through multiple channels of people. So the message had to have gotten to him. And then what I tracked as I followed it is that, so he acts like he's exposing the globalists, but if you actually track what he's been doing, he's been exposing things to a certain degree. Although I'll give you an example. I posted this video at one point. He makes it sound like he discovered Bohemian Grove. I found a Ted Brokaw NBC Nightly News feature about Bohemian Grove from the early 1980s. So some of this stuff that he's like putting out there isn't like, oh, wow, Alex Jones just broke this. Although there are a lot of people that think that, oh yeah, I learned about Bohemian Grove from Alex Jones. Tom Brokaw was talking about it on NBC Nightly News. So, but here's the thing. Jones's thing is always, here's the problem. And what's the solution? The solution is support a white knight. Believe in somebody else. It's never, Bilderberg, all these people are bad. What should you do? Support Trump. Then he went on a thing talking about how bad Trump was, and the most important thing was the, quote, deadly shots, as he called it. And then Trump wins again, and every time you watch, when we had the banking crisis and the banks were collapsed, he had Michael Flynn on, another psyop, who might even be involved, frankly, in my opinion, with this Nasara Jassara Q thing. That would not surprise me. But he has him on, and what do they say? Well, keep your money in the bank. You don't want to take your money out of the bank when these banks were collapsing. So this was the movement. So I started tracking and trying to diagram. And by the way, I should probably just download all of his content and analyze it. So when everybody says Alex Jones was right, let's see what percentage of the time he was right. Let's actually analyze what his position has been on things over the years. Let's do this with a whole bunch of people. But the thing is, his message is always get angry or get scared and then do nothing and wait for somebody else to do something. And now he's gotten to the point where he was trying to rationalize, well, Trump didn't understand what was going on with Operation Warp Speed and everything else, but now he knows. And then he goes and gets a shot and cuts a deal. So that was his pivotal issue, but he's still okay with that. Trump's still the guy, and now he's okay with military action for regime change against Venezuela. This is where he actually is. This is where Alex Jones actually is. And so I'm saying this only because that it is down to each and every one of us taking action for ourselves. And so when you look at what's available out there, even the people that seem like they are exposing the truth, if you're exposing the truth and then telling people to give your agency and your energy to somebody else to solve your problems, it may be a psyop.
Yeah, I listened to AJ from like 2009 to maybe 2013, 2014, and I just got tired of him because I started to see through some of the things that you're talking about. I started seeing through some of that, and I noticed that a lot of people that he had on his show were like either current or ex like government people, like, from the FBI or whatever. So it's like it seems like it's like no different than Fox News or CNN. It's just a different flavor. It's a little bit more edgy and on the fringe, and he's yelling and screaming all the time. And I learned a lot from him. A lot of the documentaries he did with Obama deception, and he was doing videos at the end of the 90s and stuff like that, documentaries about, the UN and globalism and things like this. And it opened up my eyes to a lot of things, but, I kind of just grew out of him. I never grew out of Bill Cooper, but I grew out of AJ,
Well, I definitely grew out of him. The similar thing, I found the early documentaries, but I've gone from growing out of him to now, I think it's an active psyop. And I don't know how long it's been an active psyop, because as I've said many times, I don't think that this stuff is necessarily manufactured from the beginning. I think it gets hijacked later on in the process. But the problem with this is when you look at, so how many people are watching? So, 10 million people a day that are watching this. It's still influential. And so I look at this to try to figure out, well, how do you break through this? Because then it gets to the point where it's like, he's like touched by God and he's on a mission and the whole thing. And it's like, okay, this is a narcissist. I don't even know how to describe. I don't even know what you would label what this is. But the problem is, I'll give you an example. He pointed out a lot about globalism, and then he's done nothing to oppose technocracy. What Peter Thiel is? Is he the chairman of the Bilderberg Group? Alex Karp and Peter Thiel are both members of the Bilderberg Group. I think Thiel is the chair of one of the committees of the Bilderberg Group. And he's a big fanboy of Musk. nothing has done more to advance, no one has done more to advance global technocracy than this whole Trump PayPal mafia. And Jones will sit there and say we've defeated the globalists, while in actuality, the technocrats who are globalists have just accelerated the timeline by 5 years. Now, either he doesn't understand what he's talking about, or this was all manufactured. So now everybody thinks, now more people are aware of the globalist agenda, as it's called, but at the same time, they're now being urged to support the globalist agenda, just a slightly different flavor of it that gets you to the exact same endpoint. Again, I mean, I'm saying all this is because the question is, how do you break through all of this? And because whatever the division is, the answer to it is taking your free will back, right? All of the divisions are manufactured. But at the end, the answer is taking your free will back. But we're getting into these loops, and I think that the AI and the algorithms even reinforce it further, where the more you've been fooled, the more susceptible you are to being fooled. And now it's getting to the point where what people are willing to accept and believe is beyond absurd. I mean, completely beyond absurd. I'm still struggling with the fact that we had people that were rooting for martial law and 10 days of darkness to round up pedophiles and have military tribunals execute people. The level of propaganda and sophistication is such that you got people who think they're patriotic to root for martial law. And when you explain to people that that's what that was, because I know some people that bought into it, then they kind of, after distancing themselves from it a little bit, they're like, oh my God, okay, I guess that is, now that you put it that way, that is what people were rooting for. And then like, you're disappointed that it didn't happen. I mean, you know what I mean? Like if you're disappointed that we didn't have martial law, what level of society are we at that point in time? White hats and military intelligence? This whole thing is baffling. And then I started tracking, because I had this guy, long story, but I got into this lawsuit, and this guy's been defaming me for 7 years. And he was in a lawsuit. We were in a lawsuit together. He lost like $275 million. It's a really long story. And he lost these lawsuits, and he owes people like $300 million. But he's in a hotel like outside of DC or something. He used to be really wealthy, owned a bunch of racehorses and everything else. And now he's like living in this hotel. And even though he has all these defamation charges, he started to convince other people that it was all just part of the conspiracy against him, including the lawsuit, including everything else. And so it gets to the point where it's like, well, I've been saying these things for 20 years. Yeah, you lost like 10 lawsuits. And, you know, people are coming after you for money that you owe them. And then he'll make up another story. Well, these people are trying to kill me. And then he'll lie about people and then so then he gets in this podcast circuit and that are intersecting with the same people that are talking about this Jassara thing. So you actually now have mainstream media, and then you have big tech platforms. And then you have these podcasters that are sponsored by big entities. But then you have this lower level of influencers and podcasters that have not huge traffic, but have decent, like 50,000, 100,000 viewers, and they circulate guests, and they basically have people on that are whistleblowers that are completely unvetted, where there are no facts, nobody does any fact checking, and then because they're on 10 different podcasts in their own network, people start to believe that it's true. So I've seen it personally with the situation where, you know, this guy was trying to claim that I was working with James O'Keefe, trying to claim that James O'Keefe is like the new Jeffrey Epstein. Like the whole story is completely outlandish. But when O'Keefe got pushed out of Project Veritas, he started repeating that story, and then people started to pick him up and amplify him. And then I'm like, wow. So we are in a situation where there's no fact checking at all. And then we have people that are actually doing so-called broadcasting that people listen to that don't even attempt to check a fact. No attempt.
So it just becomes like a consensus of hearsay. It's like, it's almost like I mean, it's almost like the consensus over COVID-19, but it's, whatever the topic is, you just kind of make something up, and and it gets repeated over and over again by the same people on different podcasts. And because, oh well, look, I have this corroboration here, so I got to believe it.
Yeah, and you know what? The truth is, the bigger the lie, it is true. The bigger the lie, the more people are willing to accept it. And so with these things now, like Nasara Jasara, or what's going on with the government now, I don't even know what does the narrative have to be for you to believe in, trust the plan? What could the plan possibly be at this point, right? But people believe it. People believe that there's some form of 6D chess going on. And it's like, so again, all of this is at the end, we've got to take, there's not a single person that's going to solve this. We individually have to solve it for ourselves. But man, people are so far away from that. And if you've bought a ticket so many times and you've gotten punched in the face, you've got to believe that at some point at the end, there's a reward for it, and there's no reward. But how do you stop that? And the algorithms amplify it. The algorithms, as I've researched this, they know rage baiting works. So if you've got a social media network and you're trying to sell ads, you want people engaged, and you know what you want to do? You want to manipulate their dopamine. You want them to be angry about something. You want them to be enraged, because if they're enraged, they're going to be there. They're going to scroll. They're going to respond, and that's going to get more people to respond. So when I look at the content, and I look at these podcast networks and how do these people get this traffic and what is the algorithm, I think it's being also enhanced. So you have people that are basically in a position where they get more clicks by making up bigger and bigger lies to keep the audience kind of engaged. It's kind of like a Ponzi scheme for information, right? It's a Ponzi scheme for ideas or belief systems. It's like, we've got to keep on getting somebody else to, if we get enough people to invest in this thing that we've made up, then, then it gets momentum on its own. And then the algorithms kick in and amplify it through rage bait. And so now we have a situation where we don't have a public square of people debating ideas or discussions. We have a whole bunch of people in these like silos that are angry, arguing with each other, enraged and divided. And the end goal of it is to pick a white knight. So now it's all a whole bunch of different situations. Are you an Elon Musk white knight? Are you oh, it's Trump versus Elon Musk. Oh no, my heart is broken. We can't have our two white knights, fighting. But Charlie Kirk, well, now they're back together. So that's great. They're great. They're back for Charlie Kirk's funeral. So now we can still believe in both white knights at the same time. And then you've got to believe in this white knight. And so the entire basis of it, if you're believing in the Nasara Jasara white knight, it's military intel. Like it's somehow, I can't even pinpoint who they're claiming. It's like the Bank of International Settlements is the white knight in this story. I mean, I kid you not, the Bank of International Settlements, which is the central bank to the central bank, who started out as a bank for helping Nazis launder gold out of Nazi Germany. This is the origin story of the Bank of International Settlements. But in this new psyop that is getting people distracted from themselves, people think that all of their debt's going to be wiped out, and the Bank of International Settlements is going to create a truly free economy based on gold. So their debt's going to be wiped away, and now they're going to get issued these gold-backed tokens on XRP. And again, so then when I go through that and I say that, I'm not even trying to judge these people. I feel so profoundly bad that people have been led down this path and that people believe this. But I've seen this also in this Nasara Jasara thing, where, and I saw it was some religious guy on Rumble giving a speech about this, and he was using some religious stuff and was trying to sell that, yes, the new XRP XLM gold tokens will be traceable, but that's okay because, if you've got nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. The whole point of having the tracking is that this will eliminate drug trafficking. I'm not even kidding you. I actually got to the point where I had to turn these videos off because there were so many simultaneous things, inaccurate and wrong about what he was saying. But then this is where, because I've scratched my head, I'm like, why are people supporting things like the Genius Act? Why are people supporting these transparent tokens, and then it turns out that there are people that actually believe that by having transparent tokens, that's going to stop drug trafficking and human trafficking. And so you actually have people. So anyway, the episode that I did on it, I went through and covered who some of the big players are in this too, and it got so demoralizing. But how do you reach the people that have bought into this? This is kind of like the people that become victims of romance scams, right? It's an equal kind of thing, and it's horrible that it happens. It's absolutely horrible that it happens. But man, how do you stop somebody? If you pull on people's strings enough, and if people have that much desperation, then they're at a point where it's like, well, I guess this is my last shot.
Well, what about you, Aaron? I mean, like, was there ever a time when you weren't aware of certain things, or on a grand scale, and somebody woke you up to a reality? And what was the process for you? Like, how were you? How did you like? What smacked you upside the head on some given issue? Just, I mean, maybe you can learn from your own experience. Or, I mean, I know to me it was like I was into the whole neocon thing. I voted for Bush twice, and I was on social media, and I was posting things that were in line with all that, and somebody just started asking me questions, and it started making me think, and then I started, looking things up and doing some research, and then listening to other alternative voices on these things. What was it like? So, I mean, that's what I try to do with other people. I try to ask them questions that cause them to think, I was at a diner today, and I started out, I asked a simple question: how's business for you guys? And no, it's not too good. Well, yeah, not a lot of people are eating out now because, the money's not going as far as it is. And then it's like, they're like, this was a server who's like totally aware of it. He knows that we're going into this digital feudalism. And then I'm just like, man, well, I have to go back there and try to like continue the conversation with him and hope that, maybe I can point him in a direction where he can find some inspiration and hope and change, and have a paradigm shift and change his ways, change some of his habits, change his thinking, have a revolution, within himself. How do you do that? It's like one person at a time, right? Everybody you meet.
Yeah, you do it one person at a time. And I've thought about this a lot, and I haven't figured out a good answer because usually a lot of times like this kind of transformation happens out of a bad experience, or you hit a low point. And for me, whenever I've had a kind of transition, it was after being directly experiencing something that was not the way that I thought it was. And for me, it started out like, I mean, I started out libertarian, like from the beginning, like I'm 14 and I'm already, so like that was already kind of part of the thing baked in early. But
was that your parents' influence?
No, my parents were primarily Republican. So I'm not entirely sure exactly how I got. I think I got into Ayn Rand early on, and I know in high school, maybe it was 16 or so when I could say I was definitively on that side. But the entire time I've been able to vote, I've been a libertarian, whether I voted or not. So even though my stepmom was the co-chair of the RNC, so I certainly didn't. My dad was probably more libertarian leaning, but yeah, no, there was no like libertarian aspect of it. But the first smack upside the head for me was, I'm like, all right, so I drop out of college and I start a startup during the internet era in '95, and I thought we had capitalism in this country. That was my first. So I'm like, I'm a libertarian. I'm reading Rand and everything else, and then it's like tech in the night. I'll tell you how clueless I was. I actually thought Bill Gates. I thought Bill Gates was a libertarian. Like that's how he was perceived. When I was like reading and studying Microsoft and stuff early on, if I was in the 90s, I'm like, oh, Bill Gates seems like kind of a libertarianish guy. Clearly, that was a mistake. But even when he was doing the antitrust case, I'm like, yeah, I mean, the antitrust laws are kind of absurd. And it's absurd that it's the government enforcing the antitrust laws. So at the time, I was like siding with Bill Gates on the antitrust laws, and kind of watching him autistically handle the depositions was, I thought, entertaining in a way, because he was somewhat dismissive of the government's case, which is somebody who's a libertarian. He was dismissive of government, not embracing government at the time, right? He wasn't like funding these things. He was actually defiant about it. So that was the mindset that I had. And then I started the company, and then I ended up dealing with all these venture capital firms and investment banks all over the country, going through various different processes. And I realized there's no capitalism here at all. This is a completely crony system. And then I learned how the system worked from the inside. I know how venture capital works. I know how investment banking works. I'm like, okay, so the first smack in the head was, okay, we don't actually have capitalism at all. And by the way, it's so much worse now, right? So then when I started my second company, I'm like, all right, I want to start something that helps people, but that doesn't require venture capital, whatever. It's like, I'm like, I'm going to come up with something that helps people, but that can be implemented without having to get these vultures involved. And I did, and then it got crushed. It was successful and profitable, and I got crushed by the government. So at that point in time, my viewpoint was, because it was Obamacare and there's a bunch of this other stuff, and I'm like, oh, it's government incompetence, because I wasn't targeted. This wasn't like a situation like Ian or Jeremy Kauffman or anything else where like somebody at the government was like, oh, we've got to go shut down Aaron Day's business. Nobody in the government knew who I was. My business was just destroyed because the laws that they put in place regulated the market out of business. So at that point, my view was government is incompetent. So when I started my liberty activism, I'm like, government is incompetent. And then the third time I was radicalized, I would say was actually going to Ian's sentencing hearing. And I'd figured out that it wasn't just government incompetence, but then there's that flip between, this isn't incompetence. This whole thing is, it's organized.
Very competent, highly competent.
Yes, I think David Icke called it organized incompetence, where it's like where the people at the top are pushing an agenda, but they're able to put in place control systems through regulation and certification and everything else, where the people that are at the lower rungs on the pyramid, they don't know that they think they're doing the right thing, and that's what their certification in the hierarchy tells them, and so they don't even realize what's going on, and it's not in their own financial interest to question the narrative as you go up the chain. And so then you realize that, okay, and then kind of like the Bill Cooper stuff, it's like, oh, how far does this actually go, and how much of this you can go that secret society route and everything else. But then I got really slapped in the face because I started out with the kind of the Ayn Rand left brain science part, and in 2019, and this is largely due to my wife's influence, but I started questioning my kind of views on objectivism and even I'd say it was more heavily materialistic. But I mean, at this point, kind of buying into the science narrative, buying into the Big Bang and all that other stuff, and thinking, oh, I'm not subject to all of this irrational stuff. I'm smart. I'm scientific. And then realizing that that's all BS. And that was actually 2019. That was the last rung of this, where I realized, all right, I have to question everything that I thought, every aspect of this, everything that, and so then that was actually painful. And I was going through this lawsuit at the time, this $270 million lawsuit. So, and I also went through a divorce. So the answer is, you get to these profound levels of insight when you're in a pretty bad spot, and that frees you up to kind of re-examine things. And then that's very liberating when you go through it. But the issue that I have with this now, because I've thought about this, is, but we're in a situation where the fight is actually for free will itself. So, and if people hitting rock bottom is a situation where, well, do we lose free will in that process? Are we actually in a digital cage? So and I've actually often wondered, is it possible for people to go through transformation without like hitting rock bottom first, or hitting a really traumatic experience first? And I don't know the answer to that.
It's like the old saying, no pain, no gain, right? I mean, you gotta experience some amount of pain to to make you, you know, kind of look around from what you've embraced in the past to change your paradigm, right? I mean, that's what this is all about. I mean, it has to be a paradigm shift, right? In individuals, and enough individuals have to have that paradigm shift to move to the point where they're want to build something that is an alternative to what is already in place that is enslaving them, right? I mean, it's you know, for me, I, you know, it was just I think it was the election in 2008, really. When it was Obama, McCain was when I really started to learn how deceived I was by politics. I mean, I had other earlier in my life, you know, in the late 90s, you know, I had, you know, a spiritual experience that changed me, and it changed my spiritual worldview. And then, you know, in 2008, around 2008, I had a political paradigm shift, and I started questioning everything about politics. You know, it was spirituality first, and then politics, and now I'm like, you know, I've made a lot of decisions that I've changed about my personal individual thing, and trying to prepare, knowing that things are going in the direction they're going in. And I feel like I'm kind of going through another paradigm shift right now, literally, like right now, like where I'm saying, like, I got to pull up the reins and get out of this grind that I'm in every day, going to the office, or, you know, going to different hospitals and dealing with this medical industrial complex, which is like unpalatable to me at this point. And I just want to get out of it, and I want to do something that, you know, I desire to do, I've always desired to help people, right? That's been my like main thing. Was I when I first had my spiritual paradigm shift, I was, you know, that was my desire. I want to help people. Put me in a place where I can help people, you know. And I still feel that way. It's just how do I do that? How do I accomplish that? Well, there's a lot of people that need help out there, and there's big problems that are causing people to need that help. And so, you know, there's got to be some way I can, you know, find my passion here and go after it, and acquire the skill sets and make the connections and attract the right kind of people to work with in doing what I desire, you know, which is really just, I desire to see people, you know, live freely and be happy. And I also want to see a society that, you know, that is left to my children, where they also experience like freedom. Like, I feel like it's, you know, there is none right now, and it's getting even worse. Whatever little was there is just about gone. And what's going to be there for my children? What is their life going to look like? You know,
Yep.
with all this stuff. So I was on this whole survival kick for like the past, you know, probably decade and a half. But now, like, I am in a situation where I say, I don't want to just survive. I want to kind of thrive. You know, I don't want to like go back to the Stone Age. Like, a lot of times I find myself thinking like, life will be so much simpler if everything just collapses, and, you know, hey, well, you know, I'll just play around in my garden all day and take care of my chickens and stuff like that, and, you know, live off of the land or whatever, you know. But at the same time, you know, the more I think about it, the more, you know, what kind of future is that for my children, right?
Yep.
Are they going to be just scraping by for their entire life? You know, does there have to be a hard part? I mean, maybe the hard part just starts with me internally, you know?
Well, the hard part always starts internally. And I've gotten to the point. So when I went through the spiritual process in 2019, like coming out of this before COVID, I wasn't really surprised about COVID. And my wife had been in the medical freedom movement since 2006. So she was not, like, there was no question about the vaccines or anything. That wasn't even the surprising part about COVID. The surprising part, So at that point in time, so after 2019, I was focused on like, you know, doing the spiritual work, but the spiritual work being kind of helping people raise their consciousness and being largely about how do you identify, how do you recognize that you're programmed, right? Recognize that we've all been programmed, recognize what the sources of the programming are, recognize the sources of the limiting beliefs that we've adapted that we can overcome. And I was working on trying to figure out how to help people do that. This was the thing. And I put together some ideas, but one of the things where I got stuck on it is like, you know, I looked into this. It's like every movement or whatever that started like this turned into a cult. And I actually spent time looking at everything from Scientology to what the OSHA, like I just did a deep dive on this because it is essentially the same in one respect, that once you realize that, you know, a lot of the inner voice or whatever is determined before you were 7, it gets programmed in there. And if you could, there's a scientific explanation to it outside of the spiritual explanation, but I mean, you can basically get into an alpha brain state and you can reprogram yourself. You can actually, but you actually have to get into a different state. You can't like get rid of subconscious beliefs by thinking about it with your left brain or being in like this beta thing. So people have known about this for a long time, and you know, this Passio stuff and everything else. There are all kinds of different people that know how to do this. The problem is usually when people go about exploring this and getting people into a point where they're in that state, they use the fact that they're in that state to program them the way they want and for their own ends. And this is what, whether it's Nexium or Landmark or whatever it is, all these different methodologies. And so I ended up being like, you know, I don't really want to build a thing around this, a group thing around this, because I don't know how to do it. It all devolves, and I don't want to lead a spiritual movement because I don't know anything either. The whole point of it is just to help people realize this, but then without becoming the leader, because the whole point of it is there is no leader. This is 100% an individual thing. So that's where I was in 2019 and then 2020. And then I got called to do the CBDC thing. So at this point in time, like I'm out of activism. I'm not doing anything publicly. A lot of people thought that I moved to Florida, right? There are people that I didn't see for 3 or 4 years that are like, oh, I thought you didn't even live in New Hampshire anymore. Like I went from being complete activist involved in everything to nothing, which was fine. And then I got radicalized the third time, which was with Ian's sentencing hearing. And I mean, I was already kind of like looking at CBDCs and everything else. So the COVID thing didn't bother me. What bothered me about COVID was understanding that COVID was just a simple part of pushing a technocratic framework. And then when I understood the technocratic framework, and then I saw I was able to explain what was going on to Ian and what was going on with Jeremy Kauffman. So then I put together this book. I'm like, guys, this is why you're being targeted. You're at the intersection of a technocratic plan to put in a complete centralized control grid, and you're out there promoting decentralized technologies that can't be censored that empower people. That's why you are the target. So I'm like, I've got to warn people about this. And so I'd already given up I haven't voted since 2018. So I ran for president, but I didn't even vote for myself. The whole point of it wasn't, the only reason to do that was to try to raise awareness around CBDCs.
So I got a platform to get the message out. Yep.
So I got called into this whole thing of how can I amplify and get this message out there, and how can I warn people before the Biden thing takes effect, and warn people knowing that the government's targeting these people. So I go to Ian's sentencing hearing, and then I actually asked Roger to retweet the sentencing hearing so we could get more people to show up. And then like, I don't even remember now the time, like a month later, Roger gets arrested. And I'm like, and so what happened to Roger was the exact thing I was trying to warn people about happening, but I never thought it would happen to Roger. Like I was actually surprised by that. As much as I'm fully aware of it's the technocratic thing and everything else, and I was seeing what was happening with other people being targeted, I actually did not expect what was happening. So when he because Because you remember at the time when we did the enemies of the state thing, there weren't other people like, oh, it's just a tax thing or whatever. He's in Spain. I'm like, this has nothing to do with that. And nobody was raising the alarms on that because they thought this is just some rich guy that had tax issues. And I'm like, no, if you're rolling out CBDCs, you better shut up Bitcoin Jesus. Because this guy is capable of getting tens of millions of people to start using alternative currencies. This is the whole intersection of this. And so this whole fighting CBDC thing, so then all of this morphed. And so this is why I'm here now. But in actuality, I put daylight freedom back up, but I'm kind of back to, so the whole point is to push, it is still to get people to reclaim their free will. The pre-COVID stuff is actually still the main thing. It's just now in a different context because it's even more important because of the of what's going on with Technocracy. So this is what I'm launching. I mean, the site's been here for a while, but this Friday or whatever, the brownstone thing, this is what we're going to be talking about. We're sponsoring a table, but what came to me, and again, I can't explain this in a rational or left brain thing, but somehow at some point, going through the spiritual thing, it occurred to me that this is why, I mean, not being political, so if you ask me, what do I believe in? This just came to me and I don't even remember how or where. I mean, it wasn't a left brain thing, but it's like, okay, free will versus determinism. Like this is the critical thing. It's decentralization versus centralization. It's abundance versus manufactured scarcity. And again, these are choices, right? But if you believe in scarcity and you believe that, then you will be in a survival mindset. And even on a business front, nobody's been a successful business person by starting a business saying, well, we're going to be successful by controlling our costs. Right? If you see successful entrepreneurs, you have to make investments, you have to take risks, but you also have to have a belief in an idea and in the unknown. And a lot of what's going on is manufactured scarcity and fear. And then, love, which is kind of the opposite of fear. And I think we have most of our systems are fear-based. And again, I think these are decisions. These are kind of binary choices. And then I added beauty as the last one, but this is just kind of this is a recent thing. I've actually literally just added that in the last 2 weeks. So the other 4 came to me in 2019, and I just added the beauty part. But the beauty in the sense of part of the technocratic thing is to blend everything together. You've seen this with have you noticed all cars now look the same? They're all the same color. They're the same shape. Automobile company logos have merged into the same thing. Everything is in big tech is a minimalist design. And I think this is all an attempt to wipe out any individuality in the process. So I actually redesigned the site, and I'm actually spending time doing these sites to not do that. Which some of the sites that we have right now are not that, but I'm actually going through and redesigning the sites to value beauty. But to me now this is what I want to promote. I want to promote this. I want to promote fighting technocracy, but there's read this book called Tribal Leadership. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. In fact, I ended up talking to the authors, but this is like when you're building an organization, there are 5 stages of tribal leadership. And this struck me as kind of an interesting approach. So stage 1 is life sucks. Okay, so the mindset is individuals feel alienated, hostile, belief life is inherently unfair, and hopeless. People are disengaged, often destructive or apathetic. So that's stage 1. Stage 2 is my life sucks, which is individuals feel like victims, believing their personal circumstances are uniquely bad, but others might be okay. Stage 3 is I'm great and you're not. So this is very much an egocentric. Individuals are focused on personal achievement and driven by a need to prove their own competence over others. Stage 4 is we're great. So the tribe unites around shared values and a collective goal, fostering pride in the group's achievements. And stage 5 is life is great, which is the tribe is driven by a noble cause that transcends the group, aiming to make global or universal impact. So I thought about that. And I've always thought about, all right, yeah. So I want to push things at a stage 5. If I'm going to try to start an organization, I want it to be kind of a stage 5, to focus on that. Focus on the life is great. Get out of the I'm great. Get out of these other paradigms, because your mindset towards these things completely dictates where you put your energy. If your mindset is life sucks and is unfair and we live in a place of scarcity, then you're going to find yourself putting your attention only on things that are like that. And lo and behold, you will draw that to you. That is where you will end up. So for me, I'm always trying to constantly, despite how whatever's going on with technocrats and everything else, it's like, no, we can actually, we can grow our way out of it. We can create our way out of it, just kind of as a matter of mindset. So I don't know how I got onto that, but this is what actually has been going on. And I've been grappling with a lot. The thing with Roger took a lot of energy in just a variety of ways that, again, watching these people, watching the state try to imprison people who are trying to promote freedom and were anti-war, it's really important to defend those people. Because again, I go back to how important an individual can be, how rare it is, but also how profoundly impactful it was that the state went after that. But now we're kind of at a point where, okay, now it's time to build again, right? I'm like, I can't warning people about I'm not even warning people anymore. I'm describing stuff that did happen. But then the point is, well, what are we going to do about it? Well, I think it's to have this more optimistic approach. And so I go through and I question this, and so, but I've questioned all of my own beliefs. So, I mean, the 2018 version of me would be laughing at the version of me now. Like this stuff, you've got a website that says love and abundance. Like, what the hell? What are you, nuts? You know what I mean? Like I would be profoundly ridiculing myself, which is fine. I mean, this is part of the process, but, so anyway, that's, but I want to start injecting more of the optimism and more of the building, because there's not a lot of that, and there really isn't a lot of time. But it does go back to this whole issue of, can people transform? Do they have to hit rock bottom first, or is it possible to how do you wake people up? If you see that the train is coming and people are on the track, can we wake people up before they actually get completely run over by the train? Because it seems like the train is an existential threat to everyone's free will, in my view.
Yeah, I mean, so if I mean, you know, I know it was my interaction with other people that kind of helped me a little bit, and you know, I hope that that I can be a catalyst for other people. That's kind of the way I look at it. So, and you know, of course, it starts with me, right? So, you know, I have to be a catalyst for myself, or interact with people that will help to be a catalyst for me. And that's one of the reasons why I started the autonomy obstacle course. And I want to see that through till the end. And I want to do the interview with them and see what kind of custom tailored program they have for me, and I trust that, there'll be some transformation coming in the near future. So, but I really appreciate the talk with you, Aaron. And, I appreciate everything you do. So I would encourage you to keep up the good work and persevere, and keep inspiring people.
Good. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you. I mean, you are doing a great job leading by example with what you do in your personal life. So that's it. At the end of the day, that is it. And we just need more people doing that.
Yeah. And I have a wife that's very supportive, so that's helpful too. I mean,
same,
she kind of goes along with, most of the worldview that I've developed and embraced. I mean, she never wanted, she never thought she could homeschool. I mean, I remember us talking about it, and she decided she wanted to do that, and I mean, I'm just so thankful for that. It's been a great journey, being in a household and a family, and, raising children with her, and having her encouragement throughout the whole thing. When I told her that, like 2 weeks ago, when I said it's time for a change, things have got to change. Like, meaning like I got to change myself. She was totally supportive about it. That helps a lot too, so yeah, I mean, I'm thankful to have her around. I'm thankful for the good people that I have around me. People like Dan O'Neill, people like you, people like, just people like Ron Paul, a lot of the libertarian, like-minded people. I'm very blessed.
Yep. No, that's great. And same. I mean, I wouldn't be doing any of this if it weren't for my wife, being the catalyst for all of it through my initial transformation. And then she's along with all of this, partner on all of this. I can't imagine not having a partner through something like this. And I know a lot of people don't have that. I know that's a resistance. If you don't have that, then it's really hard to transform if you're in a relationship with somebody that's not supportive. And so that's got to be a challenge for a lot of people.
Yeah. I'm actually going to go spend some time with her before we go to bed. She's starting she'll be doing homeschool co-op tomorrow that she teaches at. She just told me she has 9 voice lessons tomorrow.
Wow.
How many classes are you teaching?
Teaching 6 classes and 9 voice lessons.
So she's teaching 6 classes tomorrow at the co-op, and then before, and I guess a combination of before and after that, she'll have 9 vocal lessons that she'll be doing.
Wow, that's crazy. Well, yeah, you better get to bed. It's getting late.
Yeah. But it's worth the investment of time because it's the conversation inspires me to continue on the track that that like 2 weeks ago when I said things have got to change. I got to follow through with this. I got to go through the hard part. I'm thinking that the hard part is going to come to me externally, and I'm going to make it through the hard part. Like the apocalypse or whatever. But the hard part is what's going on inside me.
The hard part, the hard part is always yourself, and then you realize that you're the final boss. That's the fun part. So awesome, right? Well, I appreciate it, and look forward to seeing you soon. I'll be doing the podcast from Salt Lake City on Thursday, so we'll see how that goes.
Okay, excellent. I don't know if I can give you like 4 hours of time, but I'll definitely pop in. I'll at least be listening.
Awesome.
And thanks for your time. Thanks for having me with you, man.
Thank you. Have a good night. Bye.
Good night.
They told me it was safer, just a simple code to sign, a number for the future, but it didn't feel like mine.
Said the world was getting smaller, just a fingerprint away. But I can't hold my children through a screen of DNA.
Oh, it's easy to surrender when they promise you the sky, but freedom dies in comfort, one consent at a time. I won't sign my name in cold. I was born in blood and soul. You can take my data, you can read my eyes, but my heart's still mine to hold. I won't sign my name in cold. I'll sign my name in light.
They say it's just identity, they say it's just the way, but every scan's a promise that our souls will fade to gray.
No more numbers on the altar, no more saints of silicone. We were meant for love,
not logging on.
You can map my face
but you'll never write my song. The melody belongs to every heart that's still holding on. I won't sign my name in code. I was born in love, not sold. Every chain they draw in wire will melt it down with fire, fire. Oh, I'll sign my name in code. No sign, won't sign my name in light. I'll sign my. Let the record show I was free.
That my name was written in love, not circuitry.